All right, all right, all right. Good morning, everybody. Hope everyone's feeling good out there today. Yeah, Nintendo. Good morning, y'all. Happy Saturday. Let's go and get our Discord post real quick. Gonna be doing some AC today, some retro crossing, and maybe a game switch later to some Mina the Hollower if we're feeling it. We'll see. We'll see where the day takes us. But maybe some Mina today if we are feeling it. Good morning, YouTube. Good to see y'all back in here today as well. All right, we got YouTube chat locked in. What up, Saturday Squad?
H-Day Wiggle.
Zoldor, dude. Zoldor, dude. Thanks for 63, man. It's good to see you back in here. Oh, I didn't change the go live notification, I realized. Well, that's for some reason, that's something I never really ever messed up with, and I've been messing up with a lot recently. I've been so focused on setting up YouTube. That's so funny to me. That's something I always like focused on a lot, but my notifications have been so whack. Happy Friday. It's like Saturday morning. People are looking at their phone like, this guy's lost. Somebody call this dude's dad. Yo, thank you, Zoldor, for tier 2, dude. Good morning, man. That's so funny, man. That's happened 3 times in 2 months, but a total of like maybe 5 times in 7 years. Isn't that like just kind of bonkers? Like that's happened like maybe 5 times, maybe 10 times in 7 years, but 3 times in like a month or 2. Like it's like randomly it's all been consolidated in like the past couple weeks. Like I just keep forgetting about my notification. Super funky, dude. Good morning, everybody. Anyways, well, we're not playing Solar Punk, so if you clicked on that, and if you think it's still Friday, I don't know what to tell you. I guess I'm a bold-faced liar. Which is unfortunate. Because I do like to let people know what we're doing in the notifications. People like retro crossing. Got to get them excited out here. Got to get them excited out here. Quick little beard check. It's Saturday morning. We're half asleep. You know how we do on Saturdays. Sleep in a little bit. Get started a little bit slower. Everyone's just taking their time, getting in. Not always a reason to rush out of bed. Ugh. I'm ready to play one of our favorite games. Some retro crossing. Hey, what took you so long? Slurp. Oh, I guess I gotta slurp real quick. You ready to have some fun or what? June 13th, 8:24 a.m. Yeah, that's all locked in. What up, Cricket? Good to see you, baby. Thanks for the Giganta moat. Thank you, dude. Right. Boom, 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 boom. Thank you again, Zoldor, for the tier 2. And good morning, Araya. Yeah, we are checking out some retro Animal Crossing today. This one I'm playing on emulator, but I actually own all of these games original hardware. The only one that I'm missing in my collection now is... I'm missing the Chinese IQ version of this game, which I don't think I'll ever have. And I'm missing one of the Japanese versions of this game. The first Japanese GameCube version. Because there's multiple. I actually just got one in the mail. I can show you all if you guys are down. I actually have a Japanese copy of E Plus that one of our viewers sent me, and it's gorgeous. When I go to get my second cup of coffee, I'll pull it out and I'll show it to you all. It's really, really sick. I don't have a Japanese GameCube yet, so I can't play it for you all, but I'm working on that. I don't have a Japanese GameCube yet, but I'd like to be able to do original hardware. So that just takes either a modification for my current GameCube, or just I need to buy a Japanese GameCube, which are actually cheap. GameCubes are dirt cheap. So regardless, I'm one step closer to being able to showcase every Animal Crossing game on the channel. For the most part. We are like, we've done marathons. So for those that are kind of new out there, we've done like multiple Animal Crossing marathons. And the last one we did, we played every Animal Crossing game except for E Plus, and then the Japanese version of this, which doesn't really matter because we have this. So we played every one but one game. Again, besides for the Chinese IQ version, which is a whole thing. So the Japanese version of E Plus is technically a different game than this one on the screen. And that's the key here. So once I get it set up, I'll be able to offer on my channel, I'll be able to play every single Animal Crossing game during a marathon, which was what I'm kind of working towards, which would be pretty cool, which would be pretty sick. Yeah, you can mod your GameCube, but I don't know how to do that. It would be quite a project that I haven't wanted to take on yet. But I have thought about it. I thought about getting into console modding. My GameCube needs to be modded anyways because the battery's dead. So it would be a real nice project, like starter project, to go in and remove the battery cover and replace the battery and then resolder the cover. But I figure like if I'm already going to do that, I could also probably just get a modification kit and just mod the GameCube while I'm at it. I know my way around a soldering iron. I did take engineering in high school, but like high school was also almost 20 years ago. So I just haven't really wanted to do it. But yeah, modifying the GameCube is the play. Like I said, I could also just get like a $30 Japanese GameCube. It's like that simple. The problem is like getting it shipped and then figuring out like, does it work with my power outlets and stuff? I know like European power outlets are different, for example. I don't know all the logistics around it, but It could just be very simple for me to just get a $30 Japanese GameCube sent to my house. Done. Like, it might be that easy. Now, do I need 2 GameCubes? You know, whatever. I don't know. The internals would be identical. Yeah. So, like, I don't know what to expect, but I'll grab that copy of E Plus here in a little bit, and I'll show you guys. The best thing about it is the book. There's a book in it that's gorgeous. You guys gotta check it out here in a little bit. I'll take it out for you. Good morning, Spankum Nasty. I had to call out this comment. They said, "You think you're half asleep?" Good luck with the baby, dude. Good luck, man. Make sure you take care of yourself, buddy. Make sure you take care of yourself. What up, Zane? Good to see you today. What up, Jazzy? Again, Cricket, Unexpected Lady, Chamomile Court. Good morning, Lucinda, Neo, Charlie, Spicy Sin Bun. Anybody else we missed out there, y'all? Good morning, King of Arcadia. Good morning, Dazabound. What up, Call Me Muse? What up, Lit Brit? H-Des Waves, bring them on in. All right. Well, we haven't played Animal Crossing Deluxe in a couple months, but for those that don't know, this is Animal Crossing the Deluxe Edition. This is a fan-made mod of Animal Crossing GameCube that adds a butt ton of quality of life. And really, I can't speak for the mod developer, but it seems as if their vision was to keep the original experience intact while also improving upon said vision. And while maybe there's 1 or 2 things that could be argued as going a little too far, maybe even stuff like storage, because like that really does change Animal Crossing. I would also argue that like most of that stuff was limitations just due to hardware. And I imagine if the developers could fit the storage into the GameCube back then, they probably would have tried. I imagine it's a combination of hardware limitations and just time. Maybe they didn't have the time to do everything they wanted to do. So this mod, for example, adds a whole storage system basically right out of Wild World. It also adds a bunch of new villagers and items and wallpapers and floorings and outfits and new NPCs that allow you to do public works projects, stuff from the E Plus edition that we didn't get in America. So a lot of what this fan-made mod is doing is taking regional variants in this game and combining it into one master copy of Animal Crossing, the Deluxe Edition. And boy, has the mod developer cooked. This man is a chef. They've done such a good job presenting this game and cleaning it up. I really, really am so proud of this. I feel like Animal Crossing's my child, and I'm a proud father who just watched him slug off the T-ball for the first time. It's just so special. Like, holy heck, to see this game be uplifted and in a way that you would wish that its real father, Nintendo would do, is really special, dude. I really love it. Now, there's been a bunch of updates, and normally when I do these episodes, I like to go over the patch notes. So, I don't want to do it in here because I hate the song that's playing. So we're going to go out here and listen to the rain music. And we're going to go ahead and quickly go over some of the patch notes of recent updates that I've missed. It's been quite a while. I don't want to sit here and go over all of them detailed, though, because it's been a while. However, I think that this is worth checking out some of the patch notes and seeing, like, okay, what's Cuyler been up to here for this mod? All right, so let's go ahead and do a little recap. Again, I have a full playlist of almost 30 episodes of this Deluxe Edition on YouTube for those that want to go check out the beginning of it. And when it was kind of fresh and there was a lot less updates, and we've been doing this exact practice of going over the updates ever since the beginning. So let's go ahead and see. We have patch 38. We're going to go backwards. It seems like the catalog sort mode can be changed I'm just going to kind of skim. The well slash shrine can give you a hint to a non-perfect acre when the town rating is satisfactory, but yet not perfect. Oh, nice. So instead of it just saying it's satisfactory, it gives you a hint. That's really nice. Added 3 new furniture items, Lucky Left Cat, TV with VCR, and a creepy skeleton. The Acre AF16 assets were updated. The basketball hoop item has better scaling and positioning. Added some missing furniture to the catalog. Okay, so nothing too major there. 37, the new Lucky Gold Cat item has been added. Let's see, 37.2. Designs can now be shared at the Able Sisters by talking to Mabel and selecting Share a Design. You can swivel on omnidirectional seating. Wow. This works on stumps and rocks. Cool. Let's see here. The raccoon figurine has been added. Cute. Insects now quickly fade in, which helps the pop-in feeling. So they're fixing some of the pop-in and some of the acres, not actually having acres feeling, which is really cool. Tom Nook's intro dialogue now mentions the quick save feature. The clocks from Dobutsu no Mori have been added as options. Okay, I read that patch. So we haven't missed too much, actually, which is nice. We must have played around March or April. Yeah, clovers now spawn outside of winter. The Rafflesia is in the game and will now spawn in towns with the lowest ranking from Wild World. 5 new Wild World single-piece fossils have been backported. Wow, we got backported fossils? That's sick. The NES emulator now has multiple video modes you can cycle through. What? Mabel's info dialogue will now tell the player about dropping designs, and spoiled turnips have a unique dropped sprite. Last but not least, watered flowers now have a shine effect that plays like the future titles. The player now closes their eyes and has slight open mouth smile when watering flowers. Cute. You can now reset the in-game clock to the system time. Gulliver will no longer disappear if you go inside of a building after he tells you to make space in your inventory. That sounds like a bug fix. And villagers will once again look at mole crickets nearby. So we haven't missed too much. Yeah, we haven't missed too much. This seems like I'm relatively caught up here. Some really nice quality of life. House music players have volume levels. What? Okay, hold on. We got to go see what this is about. I love the modern stuff coming into the game, dude. All right, let's go see. Let's go see what the volume sliders are looking like. Cool, 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 cool. Dude, a Gunblade lad, you gotta check out this mod, man. Have you done it yet? All right, pop in a tune. View my library. I can jam. We got it at max volume. My neighbors are gonna hate me. Sick. Sick. Yo, what up, Samantha, coming in with the streak, dude? Good to see you. It's 8:30 a.m. Keep it down. I know. I know. All right, let's go ahead and go through the mail here. Not checked it out yet, but I'm playing my brand new SN operator this weekend. Lets me play SNES games on my PC. Oh yeah, you mentioned you got a new operator for, I think it was SNES. Yeah, I think it was. Maybe a different one. I hope you enjoy, man. All right, they send a letter about donations. Would be cool if you could faintly hear the music from outdoors. That would be so sick. All right, we have a special item, a kitty couch. All right, let's get rid of this. It's actually faster to just drop it, because then when you pick it back up, it automatically gets added to your Bell inventory. Yeah, of course, Gunblade. Well, whenever you're ready, man, this mod is here. If you need an invite to the Discord, if you're not already in, I could send it to you personally as well. It's worth it though when you get some time, bud. Oh, you were talking about the SNES. Right. Yeah. Enjoy the SNES, man. Enjoy your operator. And you might have to send me some info on how I can get my hands on one of those, because that's pretty nice. Well, my streak continues. I just can't seem to settle down in any town for too long. This is kind of odd because I've said so many goodbyes, but this one actually hurts. Goodbye, Gonzo. We were not that close, Gonzo, you overdramatic hooligan. Homie's over here dropping the waterworks. I met you twice. You were here for like a month. Like, stop. Dude, shut up. Freaking Gonzo, dude. That's the question. That's the question I'm not sure about, Dez. I was actually, like, get out of my head, homie. I was just thinking that. I was just thinking about the Game Boy operator and how it was actually just a glorified emulator. But it is nice that it lets you dump your own games. Right, like, that is pretty nice. But it really was just a glorified emulator at the end of the day. Feel free to send me a Discord link at your leisure. I'll link you the official site for the SN and the G-Boy operator. I suspect my next stream will be the GB camera. That's funny. That's funny, dude. That would be fun. Gonna go check the garden for the morning. Oh. We finally had a cool day. We finally had a cool day here. Anybody else? It actually went down to 60 degrees last night during sleep. I was able to open up all the windows and just get some fresh air in the house. Oh, you can verify if it's a fake card or not. That's actually really cool. I forgot about that. It's been raining all week here. Yeah, we had a storm. And it's supposed to rain again Sunday. I guess we'll see. Oh, hey, Poco. Hey, Hylian. What have you been up to lately? I've been looking all over the place for you. Did some new Totally Rad Nintendo game come out? You gotta let me play too. Come on. Hey, so what can I do for you, Hylian? Give me some work, dude. Man, I am obsessed. All I can think about is getting my hands on a cherry, Hylian. Look, I'm really sorry, but I just can't seem to think about anything else. What's wrong with me? Yeah, that question is deep, my friend. that is the what is wrong with you, Poco? What is wrong with you? Hey, it's 8:41 a.m. and 6 seconds right now. Isn't that a cool trick? Hey, so what can I do for you, Hylian? I just got you a cherry, dude. What? I just got you a cherry. It's bugged out. Oh, dang. Did I just discover a bug? Oh, because they stacked. And they don't acknowledge the stacks. Because they added stacking fruit for more sellability. That makes sense though, right? Because that is like a backported feature. It's fruit time. Hylian, you rock! I can't believe you actually got me a cherry. You went all the way to another village just to get me this? Yeah, dude, woo, man, it was a trip. Dude, let me tell you, the conductor of the train, he was monkeying around. That's awesome. It's 517 bells, a good enough reward? Wow, 17 more bells than Tom Nook would have paid me. You're disappointed, aren't you? But that's all the money I have on me. At least he knew I was disappointed. Nothing beats a good friend. Next time I need a hand, Hylian, I'm gonna go to you. Shimona. I had to add that. I had to add the Shimona. He heard you. He's ready for new OOT. He's ready, dude. Oh man, I must have slept weird on my back. It hurts. We got the old man's vibe going. What up, Diamond Blade and Majinx? Good morning, Ash370. This bear never left this game. Good, astute observation, E-Talker. Yep, that bear is stuck in this game. His name is Poco, and he's lovely. He's lovely. That punk is watching the stream in secret. Yeah, dude, let's go say hi to him one more time. We didn't actually talk with him. We just got a job. Hey, Hylian. Sup? Tell me, Hylian, what's new? What's up, dude? Oh, man, my arms are so sore. I've been working out a lot lately. Hey, I've been thinking. I think, might be going out of style. I don't think the chicks dig it either. Man, I said it again. Eileen, you gotta help me. I need a good line to use on the girls here. Dang it. Homie's getting possessed by the ghost of Michael. Help, Eileen, help. Shimona. Okay, let me try this one on for size. Marry me, Shimona. Whoa, that sounds awesome. I'm gonna be so popular. Good morning, Elliot. Good to see you, dude. All right. Hey, Eileen. What have you been up to lately? I've been looking all over the place for you. Did some new total... Oh. What are they both lazies talking about the same new Nintendo game? They must have watched the Direct. Obviously, it's the talk of the town. Obviously. What's up, dude? You know that guy Chip who runs the fishing tourney? Yeah, well, if you bring that dude a fish that aren't bass, excuse me, brain, he eats them. You believe that craziness? What is wrong with beavers, huh? I wish he'd just measure any fish I take to him, you know, instead of chowing the thing. Maybe bass is the only kind of fish that Chip knows anything about. Is the fishing tournament today? What is it, June? I think it is today. No, it's tomorrow. It's on Sundays in this game, I forgot. Dang, we missed graduation day. Dude, all right, this music is too loud. I can't hear myself think, and it's only in one ear. Because this game has, like, the directional music. Who is this Shimona character? Way to ruin a man's livelihood. 150 animal villagers. Ahoy. Keep up the great work. Thanks, Majinx. Nice. These dudes are happy. We like to see guys happen and bopping and around. Look at them. Look at these little cuties. All right, you're supposed to talk to them if they're whistling. If you talk to them when they're whistling, then you have a higher chance to just get, like, free loot and stuff. Anywho, you probably want something. Yo, let's talk. Hey, I just learned the coolest trick. Here, I want to try it out on you. You were born in the year of the horse, weren't you? No. What? I'm a dragon. Really? Well, it was only a guess. So what if I'm wrong? What kind of trick was that, dude? Tad is in the game. Yeah, Tad is a frog that is in New Horizons, yeah. But Poco is not. So you're going to see that a lot. You're going to see a lot of villagers during my deluxe playthrough that have not made it out of this copy of the game, or maybe even future copies of the game. They didn't make it out of there as well. Like, we're talking all the way to New Horizons. So what the mod developer has done is not only has he infused Animal Crossing GameCube with villagers from, like, the Japanese version and stuff, villagers that we never saw in general, he's also managed to add like modern villagers and, like, backport them down, I believe, or at least he plans to do that. So yeah, there's, like, a big assortment of villagers in this fan version that never made it out of this game. Now keep in mind, that's not just the fan version. There's also just villagers in general that were in Animal Crossing GameCube back in 2002 that never made it out of this game. So there's two things happening here. There's villagers that were never in this game originally that are now in the game, and then there's villagers that never left this game even back in 2002 because they just cut certain villagers that were too similar to each other or whatever the reason might have been. My morning. Oh, hey morning. Hey morning. It's been like so long since we've seen each other, but you still look as gloomy as last time. Don't tell me you've been sick in bed this whole time. That's not true, is it? I've said it before and I'll say it again. Don't be so reckless with your health. Anyway, what's going... you want a job? Nope, no job. How you doing, by the way, Captain Fox and Rio Keen? Good morning, y'all. We're just getting started here. I'm still getting the sleep out of my eyes. Hope y'all are feeling good today. Good morning, Classy Saya as well. How does the mod work? If I have the physical game and I want to play on my modded Wii, can I install this on my Wii like I did Cityfold? I believe the answer to that is yes. Yes, you can play this on modded software. Yeah, I believe so. Morning scalding from Tangy. Yeah. Yo, what up, Teeny Giraffe? Well, it may be gloomy out, but you're still a little ray of sunshine. Thanks. I'm bored. Listen here, Hylian. I'm not just here to entertain you, you know. I'm so sure. Okay, well. She's feeling a little extra zesty today. Maybe a little sour. Maybe... I don't know. I don't have any more for you. Sorry. That's all I got. That's all I got in the tank. Bum, ba, bum, bum. Yeah, exclamation point Deluxe, I think it is, or AC Deluxe will link you more information. And I don't know if I can get you a Discord link right this second. I might have to go make one for you because they deleted the last Discord link, I think. So I'm not sure. I might have to send you one in a DM. If that Discord link is dead, I can send you one in a DM, Pastel. Just send me a message, all right? Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. All right. We got to clean up these weeds. Our town got taken over a little bit. We've been a little too busy. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the link's dead. Yeah. All right, well, we said good morning to Tangy. We got that out of the way. That's our only real obligation. Now we can do whatever we want. Continue paying off our debt here. One bell at a time. Yo, coffee with the tier 2. Let's go. 82 months. Holy stinkers. What the heck? You're eating a Belgian waffle? I'm mad jealous, actually. What character do you wish they'd bring back to the latest version? His name is Woolio. Either Woolio or Hambo. Those are the two characters I want from this game. Woolio or Hambo. Both are perfect. Nice. Got ourselves a new flower. Are you ready for Animal Crossing GameCube port soon? Yeah, 98.44% decompiled. The last time I checked, it was like 93%, so they're getting there. Now, after it gets decompiled, it still does take somebody actually doing the port work, but I imagine that's gonna happen because there's already been so much attention on Animal Crossing GameCube and this port, especially because of Cuyler's mod. So if I had to guess, it's going to happen relatively fast, which is pretty powerful. You know how important this port is? Because if you didn't know this, Slope, so this game is actually stuck in time. So in the year 2030 does not exist in this game. So in the year 2029, December 31st, when it ticks over to 2030, it goes back to 2029. They never ever pushed past that. So we're stuck. And if Nintendo doesn't officially remake this game or put it on NSO and update it or something, technically you're never going to be able to role play and like truly live alongside reality after 2030. And it really blows and it breaks my heart because I've been playing this game since 2002. So now what we're talking about, Iron Phantom, good morning by the way, is there are gamers out there and who are taking old 64 games and GameCube games and they're decompiling them. This process is they take the game and they break it down so that they can rebuild it back up. All right. And when they do this, they can make it a ground up port, a native port for computer, for PC. So what I want you to understand, if you're not a tech head, for anybody out there, is it would be as if the game was made for computer originally. This is really important because the difference between emulation and native gameplay is massive. When something is designed for the computer, it's really, really nice. It allows us to like manipulate it in ways we can never do before. It allows the game to run smoother as if it was designed for Windows computer. Well, this is the process that's been happening for tons of GameCube and 64 games. Star Fox 64, Mario 64, Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, Twilight Princess. I think Wind Waker's being worked on, so on and so forth. So now to go to what we're talking about. This game right here, Animal Crossing GameCube, is getting decompiled as we speak. And maybe within the next 6 months to a year at most, maybe, we are going to see a native PC port of this game. And this is going to allow them to resurrect this game in a way that we've never had done before. And that, again, Nintendo seems reluctant to do themselves. We're going to be able to take the game and make the clock go past 3030. We're going to be able to update this game, upscale it, add resolutions, add textures, make the game gorgeous, modern, and special again for the rest of my life, potentially. Like, turning this into a PC game will allow me to play this game consistently for the rest of my life and like always know that no matter what happens, I'm going to be able to play it. No matter how many GameCubes die, as long as I have a computer, I'll be able to play Animal Crossing GameCube. So this is really, really special stuff. And this is happening for all of your favorite 64 and GameCube games. A ton. And this is just another one in the rung. So yeah, I'm really excited about the Project Slip Slope, and I cannot wait for what they're going to do with Animal Crossing GameCube, the decompiled port. Dude, it's going to be pretty special stuff, man. Also, maybe that's a sign to let her go. No way, dude. No way, dude. I will never stop playing this game. I will stop playing every other Animal Crossing at some point. That's probably going to happen. Maybe at some point in my life, I might end up not playing every Animal Crossing. And I might end up eventually, slowly but surely, moving on to the modern games or whatever. But there's one game that's never, ever going to leave my life. And it'll be this one right here. Yeah, there's no way. Like, this is... I enjoy playing this game more than New Horizons for a lot of reasons. So, like, let me make that clear. If somebody came up to my house and they said, you're no longer allowed to play Animal Crossing, but except for one, you have to choose one Animal Crossing and you're stuck with it for the rest of your life, I would instantly say Animal Crossing GameCube. Done. In a heartbeat. Done. I wouldn't even think about it. I wouldn't even think about it. I would be like, GameCube. Done. I would never need another Animal Crossing. I would just move on. I would just play this one. That is how much I love this game. It wouldn't even be a question. It would be the easiest thing ever. They came up to me and said, "Oh, you're not allowed to play new Animal Crossing games for the rest of your life. You can only play one AC game." What would it be? GameCube. And then I would just move on and play other stuff. Like I would play GameCube, Animal Crossing, and I would just find other games to love. That's the thing about being a diverse gamer is I'm not afraid to lose games. I've said this to chat before. If I for some reason woke up and Nintendo was gone, I would just find a love for all sorts of new games. Anybody else out there? Like, would you really be that stuck? Like, dude, if I woke up and in a heartbeat, and like if I woke up and like Nintendo was just gone off the face of the earth and I could never play any more Zelda, Mario, all that stuff, I would just move on. I would just go do other things. I wouldn't even be that upset. I would be sad. I'd be disappointed. I'd long for these games, but I would be right back to playing games on my Steam account. I would be jamming on the Stardews and the Faster Than Lights, and like I wouldn't even blink. As a gamer, I wouldn't even blink. I would just be like, oh, that's the way the news goes. Like that's like, I'm not that attached, even though I'm obviously very attached, right? Like, so it's like, while on one hand, I would never let this game go. On the other hand, if I had to, I wouldn't really care. I would just go play other stuff. So I have a weird relationship with gaming, but I'm totally a diverse enough gamer, and I love enough different types of games that I wouldn't even blink if something like that happened. I would just be like, whatever. If I lost Stardew, I'd feel hella sad. Yeah, I think feeling sad makes sense, but I don't think it would stop me from gaming. That's what I'm kind of saying. Like, I would just go right to a new game. I would, you know, I might be sad boy hours in the club, but I might be streaming tears while playing Story of Seasons, but I'd still be gaming. I would still be gaming, dude. I'd be like, whatever. Oh, thank you, Cozy, for helping out. Yeah. I had to create a new link for them because my other link is dead. Yeah. What's up, Jessica? So I missed a couple messages I want to respond to real quick before I move on from this conversation. Or whatever. We just, you know, continue the conversation. Where do these decompiled games sit legally compared to emulation? I assume you still have to provide your own version of the game. That's right. And do you think maybe they'll give us a port and Switch in order to keep the Animal Crossing fans something to do while they wait for the new AC? Yeah, I've been predicting a port to the Switch for years now. Yeah, if you watched my show enough, type a 1 in the chat if you've heard me rant about an Animal Crossing port on Switch. Type a show of hands if you've heard me rant about them getting a port on the Switch and how it's the most logical thing and how I'm like basically have predicted it for like 5 years now, and I've been wrong, but I'm still predicting it. So yeah, like that's like the play, but you know, we're dealing with Nintendo here. Nintendo doesn't make any sense. It's like, you know, who knows what they're doing. I've never heard you rant ever. Yeah. We've talked about that one a lot. So the way that these decompiled games get away with it legally to Iron and to Dazabound is because you still have to provide your own ROM. Correct. So the way that they're getting away with this is because when you download the Animal Crossing port, let's say the Animal Crossing port comes out, and let's say you download it. All right. All you are getting is a .exe program that does nothing. Unless you provide a copy of the game. Once you provide a copy of the game, then it runs the game. Like then Animal Crossing runs, then Ocarina of Time runs. So they easily skate by this through the gray areas of the legal system because they're not giving you a copy of the game. They never once gave you a copy of the game. So what does that mean? I actually looked into this and I know exactly what's going on. It falls under modification. It's not anything more. It's nothing more than you creating a mod for your favorite game. And mods are all over the place. People mod games all the time. It's no different than you making a texture pack for your favorite game. It's no different than you modding in a character to your favorite game. It's no different. Nothing at all. Legally, there is no difference between a texture pack and a decompiled GameCube game, because they're not doing anything illegal. They're not giving you the game. They're not stealing Nintendo's hardware. It's all open source. It's all visible. They're not adding. They're not manipulating. You know, they're rebuilding the game from the ground up. So it's all done. It's all redone, just like an emulator. Why that's how emulators get past a lot of legal stuff, is because it's not a copy paste. It's like rebuilt. So yeah, dude, it's actually really easy how these ports get past all the legal stuff. It's because it's nothing more than just a mod, dude. And that's the most beautiful thing about it. So in all reality, unless Nintendo wanted to go on a freaking, like, you know, death march and start putting cease and desist out, these decompiles are never going to go anywhere. But Nintendo could do that. For the record, Nintendo could go scorched earth at any moment, at any time, about anything with their games. Oh yeah, at any moment they could just be like, this is gone. Like, I'm expecting that to happen to Ocarina of Time. So what I did is I recently went and I backed up all Ocarina of Time Ship of Harkinian stuff. I went and updated it and backed it all up on my computer, because I'm actually convinced that Nintendo might release maybe some sort of cease and desist to Ship, because they're releasing a remake. But here's the funny thing. Wouldn't you think they would have already done that since the game is coming out this year? So actually, it might not even happen at all. Nintendo just might not care about modifications and stuff. But time will tell. I was kind of thinking that Ship might go under. But, I mean, technically it's 6 months away and they haven't done anything. So, I don't know. I don't think they can do anything. I think that's truly just not a battle worth fighting. They're too busy suing Pal World. True. Yeah, that's true, Jessica. Isn't that so insane, dude? It's legit. Oh, it's true. Oh, it's true. There's an R-Wing. There's a functional Star Fox R-Wing in the code of Ocarina of Time. It's real. And they added it in the game, like, during testing and stuff. It's actually so true. It's so funny. So Iron Phantom says, I hope the Switch port isn't Wild World. I want population growing. I know, dude. I love Wild World, but I don't think I want it to be the port. Well, it's going to be the port. They're going to add DS, and they're going to add Wild World as one of the release games for the DS emulator on NSO. Meanwhile, they're not going to add GameCube Animal Crossing. I feel it in my bones. They're going to wait until they add DS, and they're going to skip GameCube, and they're going to add Wild World. And while I would still be massively happy about that, it would be such a punch in the groins, dude. It would be such a punch in the groin. Like, they would just gut punch me. Because, like, I feel like they're going to do it. Like, I feel like it makes so much sense. Because that's a really good title to put on the DS to give people a reason to subscribe. That's a really good DS title. People love that game more than GameCube. Whereas GameCube has enough titles to kind of carry itself without Animal Crossing. But I feel like the DS and Wild World are synonymous with each other. Would you guys agree with that? I feel like they're synonymous with each other. Like, I don't know what it is about Wild World and the DS, but they go hand in hand together. Whereas, like, GameCube can be overlooked. Animal Crossing GameCube can be overlooked. There's plenty of GameCube games that are more iconic in people's eyes. So, if they do add the DS NSO, then we won't get any games on it for 67 years. Yeah, they'll just do Wild World and WarioWare and, like, Brain Age, and, like, that'll be it for months. Yo, good morning, Bliss Baby, by the way. Good to see you in the chat, M. Bliss. Good morning, good morning, good morning. So, the Donkey Kong challenges. I saw Jessica and Majinx ask. No, I actually was saving it because I went and checked it out on my Switch, and I thought it looked really, really cool. so I was actually saving it so I could do it on stream. It's really neat. It has on one side, it has all Bonanza challenges, which I've played Bonanza and beat it, so it would be fun to kind of go back and do some challenges. And on the other side, it's all retro Donkey Kong, even all the way down to the original Donkey Kong, like with the barrels and the iron grates or whatever, you know, the steel beams, you know, Jumpman. And they ask you to do like certain challenges within the game. But here's the cool part about it. It just transports you directly to that portion of the game. And if you fail, it just lets you rewind instantly. It's really nice. You can just like do it again, just do it again, just do it again. The challenges are set up really cool. So I am interested in doing it, and I was thinking about doing it today. I kind of forgot, but today or tomorrow would be fun. What about you, Captain Fox? Have you checked out the DK challenges? You're somebody who would love that kind of stuff.
Always settling in for bed while I'm here, and it's very much a part of my inner routine. Thank you for what you do. H. de Shug.
Yo, thank you, man. Thank you for the tier 2 coming in here. Yeah, so the Donkey Kong challenges are super cool. Yeah, I got my eye on them. I've been saving them, though, because I didn't want to do them off stream. You did all the classic and most of the Bonanza. That's sick. Wish I could have been here longer. No worries, bud. Don't overthink it too much. I know that feeling, though, for sure, and I appreciate you. But we'll, no matter how much time you put between yourself and this community, you know the spiel here. What up, Planet Kitties? Good morning, Toon. If I missed anybody rolling in, don't be shy to say hello. I'm a little tired. The temperature dropped like 25 degrees last night in like 6 hours. And I'm old and my brain doesn't know what to do. I think they call it barometric pressure or something. I call it picking up my sleep schedule. Leave me alone. It was nice to be able to open up all the windows, though. You're off to a pride parade today? Nice. Oh, hey, Tangy said hi to us from up on the cliff. Hi, Tangy. Good to see you up there, you little cutie. Now that I have a cat, I think I like Tangy even more. I just had that realization. Now that I have a cat, I think Tangy's even cuter. I didn't even think that was possible. Good morning. Wait a minute. I don't believe it. It's Hylian. Where on earth have you been, Nutmeg? I mean, I don't think I've seen your face for over 2 months now. Wow, Nutmeg. So what can I do for you? What's up? Hylian, wouldn't you love to have a nice green rug in your room? I picked it out at Tom's shop the other day, but it clashes with my wallpaper. I think it might go well with your house. Do you think you want to trade it for your Buzzoid? No way, dude. Buzz off. Oh, I understand. Still, it's an awfully nice carpet. Thanks anyways. Yeah, get out of here. Do I not have the golden axe in this game? Oh, wow. We haven't gotten the golden axe yet. We haven't done the perfect town yet in this save file. I didn't even think about it because we're still in the phase of earning money to pay off our debt. I'm playing so many different versions of Animal Crossing GameCube, I get confused. I have like 3 save files of this game somewhere around in my life right now, and I can't remember which is which. So the one on my actual GameCube is where I have my golden axe. And it was you guys remember the golden axe journey? Where it took like 18 days in time traveling because I accidentally messed up and I picked up a tree because I didn't know that you couldn't move trees. That was a nightmare. We were like, Golden Axe journey, 15 days. What was it, like 18 days? And I had to end up time traveling because I bombed it. I messed everything up. That sucked, dude. I didn't realize you couldn't move trees around. Did Midna get out the window? No, she's okay. I have a screen in my window. So she just sits in front of the screen and enjoys the breeze. The real challenge is the morning summer aerobics. Yeah. You keep gloating on that, all right. Miss Cozy thinks she's so cool because she has the radio that allows you, that you get from doing the morning aerobics for like a month straight or something in the summer. And just because I've never had the gumption to get up at 6 in the morning every day for like a month or something like that in the summer, she just thinks she's so cool. Yeah, whatever, man. You've been rubbing that in for so long now. You better cut it out, dude. We get it. All right, we get it. You're going to a family barbecue later? Dude, I haven't gone to a barbecue in so long. It sounds so good. Why don't you set your clock for Pacific time for a month? Because that, my good ginger friend, would be cheating. And I'm no cheater. She thinks or she is cool. Ba-boom, ba-boom, boom. Oh, balloon. Balloon. Right here. Right here, baby. No, what are you doing? Come on, get stuck in a tree. Okay. Mushroom mural. I don't know. I think I've gotten a couple of those. Do 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 do. Boom 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 boom. Do do do. Dude, the raining music in this game is so good. I'm obsessed with it. When you're flying the ship and to get the blueprints, where does it go? The blueprints go to the table right behind you. Yeah, like in that same building where you exchange for the blueprint, turn around, and there's a machine behind you. Good question. It's not cheating, it's exploiting. Yeah, it's not cheating. I'm just being a nerd. Yeah. I used to do that when I like couldn't keep up with the game. I would switch the time zone. You know what here's what I actually did. That's actually not true. What I used to do is I would have 2 different save files. This is how I would stop cheating. I would have 2 separate memory cards, one that was stuck in PST and one that was in my time zone, EST. And then I would just go and play on the other save file. Oh, speaking of, it's summer, so we might have a camper. I think that doesn't start until July though. We might have a camper soon. Do we have a shovel in our inventory for this glowing spot? We don't. All right, let's go visit Tom Nook and see if we can get a golden shovel. Tree going. Yo, thank you Starbows for the 30-month prime. Thank you again M Bliss for the kind words, dude. Good morning Starbows. Good morning Shadows Benji. Boop 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 boom boop boom. Bo 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 bo. I can't walk past these weeds. Can't walk past these weeds. Yo, what's up, Minty and Dolore? How's everyone feeling this Saturday? What are y'all getting into today? We got any plans, or are we just vibing around the house? We called the other save file California in our house. Exactly, dude. The Cali save file. Also, it was always 1 day behind. I got a lucky 4-leaf clover. What? What? Sick. Sick! Nice! Yeah, I also would have it one day behind so I could do holidays that I would miss. So like when my family forced me to go to like Christmas and I couldn't do like an event or like Halloween and I was hanging out with my friends, what I would do is I would go to my California save that was 1 day behind and 3 hours behind. And then I would still be able to do the event, which is awesome. Woke up parasol. All right, let's go sell all this stuff. And then let's finish checking our mail. I didn't realize we didn't get all of our mail. Yeah, the 4-leaf clover is just an item that you decorate with. I'll show you it right now. It's actually really cute. It's a book. You drop a book on the ground and it has a 4-leaf clover in it, I'm pretty sure. Taking a specialty class at noon. It's Make It Rain with Stella Ray. It's a drag show during the workout. Why is that awesome? Why is that amazing? Why is that actually so dope? Enjoy, Calico. It's nice to hear you're treating yourself a little bit. Even if you don't, I don't know if it's considered a treat because it's the gym, but I don't know. It sounds like a treat. I don't know. Didn't you take your whole setup with you and make your silly little cousins do the event for you? Just me? It might have been just you. No, unfortunately, I didn't have anybody who played this game with me besides for my one friend, Chloe. Chloe would play with me all the time. My best friend, my Dunny, would totally like make a character and play a little bit, but he didn't really get it. He would just do it to appease me, which, what better friendship could you ask for? All right, we have a sale at 6 p.m. on the 18th. What's that, 2 days from now? The 18th, that's 5 days from now. Why is the sale so far out? What the frick? Sheesh, dude. They got me thinking about next week. I'm not even that far ahead here. What? I think we might miss that one. I'll try. Sheesh. Going to go to Pocopia, to your island, and see if I can get this one pattern I'm missing. Oh, nice. Feel free to post in the Discord if you're in there what you're looking for. And I might be able to help if I see it. Starbow says, the assistant principal at my middle school called yesterday to tell me that he wants me to be in a position that I'd love with the special education class. Aw, yo, Bless is in the chat. Congratulations, dude. You're going to see a musical once. I've seen it before, but I've seen it at a smaller theater with someone who's never seen it. I don't think we're going out to lunch beforehand. Okay. Dude, that's cool. That's cool. What musical are you going to see? I've seen a couple. I woke up with anxiety through the roof. Dude, that was me yesterday. Wow, really? Dude, I ended my stream yesterday and I got hit with like the strongest wave of anxiety that I've felt in months. Like it like crippled me. I like curled up in a ball, like in fetal position on the couch, and I finally like beat it by falling asleep. I woke up a couple hours later, like it was just such a weird day. Every once in a while that'll happen off after stream because I have a lot of adrenaline going through my body during my stream. And as soon as my stream ends, all the adrenaline leaves my body. And I usually, the first thing that happens is I get really cold. I swear, it's like clockwork. This is every stream because the way I present myself, it's like I'm on a stage in front of all these people. So when I end my stream, all the anxiety, all the adrenaline leaves my body. And the first thing that happens every stream is I get super cold and I start like shivering and I have to like warm up. So I usually have to like go lay in a bed or put on a hoodie or something. And then after that, usually that adrenaline leaving my body makes me feel strung out. It makes me feel like I just stayed up all night or that I drank an energy drink. That feeling of being kind of strung out. So then I'll like sit there kind of like strung out for an hour, stuck in streamer mode, I call it, until my body finally like regulates. And this is something I've been dealing with for 7 years. This is like every day. Maybe not every day, because sometimes I do streams where I'm just like super relaxed, but like most streams. So anyways, I think what happened is like yesterday, the stream ended and the adrenaline spike that like went away was replaced with like a full-on anxiety like spike, and I just like was noited out of my mind. It was just a weird feeling, man. I don't normally like share this stuff too much, but it was, yeah, it was just relatable in the YouTube chat. I was like, it's like, dude, I also had a weird day yesterday. Boo, 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 boo. I don't know if I want anything else. You have to run to the post office, get some groceries, therapy, back to Grand Bazaar before I head out for a tattoo session. You're getting your Zelda sleeve. Lost Highland, you gotta show us your sleeve eventually. Maybe when it's done. What up, Gold Giraffic? Good morning. Good to see you back in the chat as well. Boom, boom. You're still on a sugar high from yesterday? Yeah, dude, a Zelda sleeve sounds so sick. Yeah, AC vibes are always so good in the morning. I love this game so much. Boom, boom. Oh, you know what? We got this ticket randomly. I'm just gonna drop it. All right, let's go see what the Clover looks like. I think it's like a really nice little book. I had no idea that having adrenaline for that many hours could do that. Yeah, it's like a weird relationship. Yeah, it's the best way to describe it is like what I said. It's like once that adrenaline leaves your body, it's like it takes a little bit for your body to adjust with it being like away, you know? And it's not always that consistent. I probably described it in like the worst case, but in all reality, a lot of days are super chill and it's only a light feeling. It's like just a baseline background noise where the adrenaline kind of keeps me awake and alert. And then like some days might be worse than others. Like if I'm playing a certain style of game, or if something happens during my stream that like really throws me off. But yeah. Let's try here. Oh! I don't know my buttons. Yeah, look. It's a book with a clover in it. Isn't that sick? So it's just a decorative item. It's cool. Oh, and then we have we haven't done anything up here. We must have just got this room, and that's why we haven't done anything up here. We must have just unlocked this room. What the hell is going on in this house? What? I should feng shui that. It needs to go down here, huh? What would we do? Do I have any kind of like side table in here somewhere? Oh, speaking of, let's go ahead and get our money out of our inventory. We don't trust these villagers with cash in our pockets. Koopa shell, classic clock, shrine lantern, cactus. There's no way I have like a table. Oh, exotic end table. No way. I was literally about to say, there's no way I have an end table sitting in this house. So we want green in the south. Sick. It's like a guest book now. Sign the guest book. Good old gyroids. Sign the guest book on your way in, please. What's up, Wolf? Sign the guest book on your way in, please. Thank you. On your way out, rather. Yeah, what's up, Renee? Hey, good morning. Yeah, I love my gyroids. Is this... Do I have a gyroid house in the save file yet? I don't. We're still storing them. We're still storing them. And so the Deluxe Edition adds so much... The Deluxe Edition adds so much storage that for the first time in my Animal Crossing history, I don't have to use other villagers' houses as storage, which is pretty nice. What up, Sonny? Yeah, it's pretty nice. Oh. We haven't been in this house a lot. Hey. Hey, morning there! After 2 months, what's your verdict on my house, huh? Pretty snazzy, don't you think? You probably can't tell what's different, but trust me, it's got this subtle evolution going on. Juicy. Yeah, so what do you need from me? Do you have something for me to do today? Since you insist, could you possibly get my organizer back for me? Robin ought to have it, but I don't think I trust someone like that to return it to me, you know? Can you go and ask about it and maybe just get it back for me? Yeah, sure. All right, dude. What else you got for me? Hylian, your rooftop looked really shabby, so I decided to paint it for you. You might not know it, but I'm really good at painting. Roofs, walls, trees, flowers. I can paint anything. Don't worry about paying me either. After all, we're friends. Well, there goes my green roof, Rip. Hopefully it's not black. I mean, I guess it could be worse. Do-do-do. Yo, what's up, Lights? Hey, good morning, y'all. Do-do-do. Oh my, Hylian, it's been an age. Where on earth have you been these past 2 months? It's rude to make me worry about you. La-di-da. By the by, did you need something? I'm picking up. You don't mind having to do this, do you? Good, here it is. Don't forget to return it to Rex and say hello for me. That's what I need from you in its entirety. It's in your hands now. Thanks. See you later, Robin. I hate the fact that they can just paint your roof in this game. I know, dude. They just don't even care, man. They're savages in this game. All right. We got a new villager we got to say hi to, Sylvia. And it's pretty cool because Sylvia was one of my first 2 villagers in Animal Crossing New Horizons. And I don't know if I've ever had Sylvia in this game. I don't even know if she was in this game. If somebody wants to look it up, but I can pull it up in a minute. Either way, we got Sylvia, which she's one of the kangaroo moms. Let's go say hi. You love Sylvia? Yeah, she's always got a special place. I got her photo in New Horizons and everything because she was one of my first 2 villagers. She was my sisterly to go with my jock, which was Hamlet the Jocktor. Hamlet the Jocktor report to the ICU, please. Hamlet the Jocktor, report to the ICU. Thank you. What up, Silent Shell? Alright, she's getting down in this pink-ass house. Oh my, Hylian, it's been an age. Where on earth have you been these past 3 months? Oh, she must have moved in like 3 months ago. I must have said hi to her once. and then never again. So then who replaced... Wait a second, then who replaced Gonzo? Is it raining harder than usual today, or is it just me? Because when I just walked past your house, it looked like the paint was peeling off your roof. Your roof just looked pathetic, so pathetic that I had to paint it for you. I painted it black. What did I just say? You son. There's no need to thank me. It's just a tiny favor. What did I just say? What did I just say? So hold on. So Rex painted my roof during a rainstorm, and it was peeling off because it's raining. So Sylvia went in and did the job proper, probably with a big tarp, and painted it black. That's my headcanon on what happened. So Rex's stupid self went over there and painted it and just left the paint in the rain. So she walked by and was like, what's happening here? And then she repaired my roof. That's my headcanon. That's what's going on here. All right, let's first count our villagers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. We don't have a replacement for Gonzo yet. That's what's going on. So Gonzo moved, but nobody's moved in his place. I see. Yeah, what up, Gil, baby? They made you think red. It's not fair. You have Tad? I do have Tad. Yeah, he's a tad bit cute. Now I want to see your roof. All right, we'll head back up there here in a minute. He's Gonzo. What's... I didn't see that you can't be doing bad puns in the chat and then I'm doing bad puns after you. I didn't see your bad pun. We got too many bad puns. We're getting bad pun overload. The game's over. Hey, nice. We got an what is that? Was that an emperor? Oh, it's just a purple. All right, that's the last 2 fossils of the day, though, which is nice. We can go cash in on those. This tree's just dead. It's just not growing. I'm just gonna keep it as a little baby pine tree. Look at it. He's just a little bottom. He's just a little bottom pine tree. Have we even got our money rock? I don't think we have. Hope you're doing well this morning, Spartan. Thanks for sticking with me, buddy. Got it. Caught a pill bug. That was a bitter pill to swallow. Ugh. Good morning to you. Out and about early this morning. Aren't we, citizen? No slacking here. I approve. But enough chit-chat. Officer Copper is here to serve, and serve I shall. How may I be of assistance? What's going on? He's just going to talk about the sale? No. He said, nothing to report, but by the way, do you know what happened with Pete the postal carrier? Is his love still unrequited? What? Tea? Ooh, let me gobble up this tea. I wish to hear that all is now well, but as I am unable to leave my post, I cannot ask him directly. If you wait in front of your house at 9 a.m. and 5 p.m., you might catch him. Yes, you could intercept him when he delivers your mail. A brilliant plan, simple yet elegantly plotted. Of course, if he has no mail to deliver, you may find yourself waiting for quite a long time indeed. Does he love Pelly? So actually, here's the story. Pete loves Phyllis. Phyllis does not like Pete, and Pelly loves Pete. It's a love triangle. So Pelly loves Pete, but Pete loves Phyllis. But Phyllis doesn't like nobody because she's a B word, and I ain't mean bird. So Pete is just helplessly in love with the B word. Meanwhile, the cute bird, Pelly, the P word, and anyways, she loves Pete, but Pete is not reciprocating that to her. Yeah, it's a love triangle. That's actual lore, by the way. That's not headcanon lore. That is actual Animal Crossing lore, mind you. That is actual Animal Crossing lore. Yo, good morning. Welcome to the show, Gamer Pro. Yeah, that is real lore. They called her a B word? Yeah, everything I said, all true. Yep. Well, except for the B word part. All right, you called me out there, my bad. But everything else I said was true. What if Phyllis was scammed by Red and that's why she's so hostile to everyone? I believe that. I believe that. Ba-dum-bum. I think Phyllis is just hostile because Tom Nook probably doesn't pay well at all. You know, who do you think's paying the post office? It's Tom Nook. And he probably pays them dirt and pays them in bubblegum, chewed up bubblegum, chewed up fruit stripe bubblegum. Wouldn't you be pissed off if that's what you got handed for your paycheck? Flavorless chewed up fruit stripe bubblegum? I mean, I would be pretty pissed. Yo, what's up, Ann? Bum bum bum. Bum 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 bum. Bum bum bum. All right, here we go. Let's go ahead and turn some fossils in here. I love the fishing tournament, Beaver. You're talking about Chip. You started Solar Punk? Dude, Solar Punk's fun. What do you think, Boyski? All right, let's go ahead and wake up Blathers. Yeah, what do you think, man? Solar Punk is great. All right, here we go. Bum, bum, bum. Zwok! Zwok! All right, anyways. I just started a while ago. I just got to solar panels. Nice. Nice. What time is it? I'm so very sleepy. Oh dear me, 1,000 pardons. So terribly sorry. I'm afraid I'm a bit of a night. Ow, yes. Yes, well, by the by, might there be something with which I can assist you? Identify a fossil, dude. Oh, marvelous, splendid. Which mysterious treasure might you need identified? Fossil. Oh, now, what a smashing fossil. I see. This beauty is most certainly a shark tooth. Indeed, I put up a valiant effort to elude identification, yet I endured a what? Quite the battle. Now then, I shall return the specimen to your care. Know that it is quite a remarkable one. Ooh. I forgot to grab my other fossils off the ground. Oops. All right, we got a peeking man. I actually think one of these fossils are new because he backported some fossils in from Wild World. So let's see if I can donate one of these. I think the shark tooth might be new. Wow, both of them are. Nice. Oh, heavens to Betsy! Ooh, a shark tooth! My goodness, a most fearsome find. Ah, yes, splendid. Though it is merely a tooth, it is fossilized rather beautifully, has it not? Now then, sharks are quite unique in the animal kingdom. You see, their skeletons are made entirely of cartilage. Because cartilage decays rapidly, it is exceedingly rare to find a complete ancient shark fossil. Their teeth are their legacy. And what a legacy! A single shark sheds thousands of teeth, rows of serrated terror, gliding silently through the deep. Ooh, mercy me! I am shuddering at my own descriptions. I beg your pardon. So sorry. Animal Crossing GameCube for Switch 2 Virtual Console when? Dude, please, please. Yo, what up, Jupy-san? Good morning. Words escape me. A Peking man's skull. An anthropological marvel. Ah, yes. Fascinating. To gaze upon the brow of an early hominid. It sends a shiver down my spine. What? Now then, this remarkable skull belonged to Homo erectus, Pekineus, an ancient ancestor of modern humans. I really butchered that last word there. Discovered in a cave system, these early folks were quite resourceful. In fact, they were believed to be early users of fire. Just imagine, huddled around a flickering flame, the very dawn of civilization sparking to life in the profound darkness. Oh, my word. I've strayed quite a bit off the beaten path. I really must apologize how utterly rude I am. Sick. What's up, Johnson boy? Good to see you today. So we actually finished the museum, but now we're missing one more part because he backported a couple fossils. 2 more. So that's cool. That's kind of neat. If AC GameCube comes to NSO, my only question is how will they handle traveling to other towns? Well, there's a lot of questions on how they're going to handle that, right? So let's talk about it. So first off, traveling to other towns would likely just not even exist. Like, unfortunately. Secondly, you know, how would they handle the clock? This is a big problem. It's like, are they going to connect the clock to your Switch console? Sure, that sounds easy, but is it? There's no other NSO games that have to connect to a clock. So is that even possible with how they're running current GameCube games? We don't even know if that's even possible because they've never had to do it before. So see, there's actually a couple problems with bringing the GameCube Animal Crossing over. We don't know if this is even possible. Like Nintendo, obviously it's possible. Let me pause. It's very possible. I know enough about game design, enough, not a lot, to know that it's very possible. The question is are they going to be willing to put the work in required? Does that make sense? Are they going to be able to put the work in for this specific game where they have to like change basically how NSO app functions for one specific game? Is that even possible? Again, it's possible in the grand scheme of possibilities philosophically, but is it possible in the sense of them putting the time and effort in? Well, that's what I'm not sure about. That's the thing that I've racked my brain about that. I don't know actually what we could expect from that. Right? So this is where I almost wonder if Animal Crossing GameCube just gets ported by itself. If it's one of those games that they just drop for $40 as a really, really sexy, cleaned up port. That's my dream. Because if it's a separate game, it might get a physical copy. And if it gets a physical copy, then I'm set for life again on having a physical copy of the most modern Animal Crossing GameCube. In that sense, right? But that's a dream. Now we're talking dream state here, and that's What up, Ponka? Good morning. And good morning, Fancy Mum. And Kyle Likes Games. Yo, thanks for welcoming everyone in here, by the way. Big shout outs to the mod team. Y'all are amazing. So good to see y'all back in here. What up? What up, Miss Petch? Welcome in for Retro Crossing. I forgot to donate this butterfly. The purple butterfly. Yes, indeed. That's a purple butterfly, if I'm not utterly mistaken. How grotesque. Blech. There's an old saying among some of my contemporaries, butterflies are beautiful, yet moths are monstrous. Well, if you were to ask me, I'd say they're all the same, by which I mean disgusting. Truly horrific. What? Exclamation point, what in the chat? But I digress. Supposed to rain a lot this week. I don't know what it's supposed to be like here in little old OEO, but I know rain's supposed to come back Sunday, I think. I just don't know how much. Apple box. Apple box. I don't remember that item. It was always an orange box. Did he add more boxes to the game? Apple box? What is this? Yeah, it was always an orange box. I'm so confused. Let's go see what it is. The great state of Oreo. Yeah. I was thinking about it in the shower. Today's shower thought was real out there, real sober thoughts from planet Mars, right? It was like, I sat there in the shower and I thought to myself, why do we call it Ohio? Why would you ever pronounce that word? Ohio. Why are you breaking it down that way? Wouldn't it just be Oeo? Wouldn't it literally just be Oeo? O-E-O? Now, because you don't really say I like E, it would actually be like Oeo. Like Oeo. Like you wouldn't really say E. You wouldn't drag it out, I don't think. And these were my shower thoughts today. I was like, why do we call it Ohio? That doesn't even make any sense. That's not how the English language works, really. Like, not that I'm one to be talking about English. So I was thinking about it and I'm like, wouldn't it just be like Oeo? This is a stoner conversation. I said sober thoughts from planet Mars. That's the name of my first record that I'm going to release 5 years from now. Sober thoughts from planet Mars, aka shower thoughts. All right, sober thoughts from planet Mars. Yo, what up, Ham Labs? Dun, 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 dun. I bet it has nothing to do with the I bet it has something to do with the Native American territory enunciations. That makes a ton of sense, yeah. But they aren't vanilla sober thoughts. You gotta cook your brain cells in early adulthood pretty well to get there. I would know. All right, well, I don't know if I should take that personally or not. Because you're right. I definitely smoke bud every day, all day, for about 10 to 11 years straight. Whoopee! School's for fools, kids, look at me! And also random, it's just a straight up apple box from New Horizons. Which is a cool backported item. Yeah, which is a pretty cool backport of an item, right? Like that's for sure a backport. I don't know if that was in another game before New Horizons, but it might even be a New Horizons item, which would be pretty insane if he's out here designing items from New Horizons. I don't think so. If I had to guess, that was probably in like New Leaf or something. I don't know. Do 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 do. Burn, 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 burn. Yeah, this dude absolutely cooked. Absolutely cooked. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom. What up, BB Golden Flower? How you doing today, by the way? I see why now you guys are saying Oreo. Wouldn't that be the same for Oreo? Like, why do we pronounce Oreo? Why don't we just call it... But see, Oreo makes more sense because you really do say Oreo. Because E-O, Oreo. So that one, like, makes sense. But, like, Ohio doesn't make sense. If you look at the word Ohio, it doesn't come off the tongue that way. Like, look at the word. It doesn't at all look like it's pronounced. At least Oreo is pronounced the way that it looks, Oreo. Right? But, like, Ohio doesn't look like it's pronounced that way. It looks like it's Oeo. Yeah, like why do we pronounce Ohio as 3 separate syllables? It doesn't even look like it requires that. Just Oeo. Did I just come into Hylian trying to make sense of English? Yeah, I was sharing my shower thoughts with the chat, which I should probably do less of because I think chat's really going to start losing faith in me as a person. So let's just move on. Good morning, everyone. Happy Saturday. I thought you said Wario. It requires learning history to get the full answer. Right. I mean, Rio Keen mentioned something about the Equarian, like a certain name of a river. Ohio punted tons of tribes out in the 1800s. We signed a treaty and Michigan picked them up. A lot of our state and city names are just bad port jobs of the native language. Right. I know Ohio has a lot of that. Ohio has a ton of that in our states and names and stuff. Right. I do know that a little bit. So yeah, it's probably just like it's a bad port. That's such a funny way to say that. It's a bad port of a name of a river. It looks like the river is O-H-I Yo or Y-O. And I don't know how you would pronounce it, but it's probably Ohio. I don't know. Either way, it sounds like maybe it's based off of the name of the original name of the river that went through Ohio, maybe. Killer tofu, Oreo. Get out of here, Rio Keen. You just set up that joke. You're using me as your joke. You just set up a punchline in my chat. Get out of here, dude. He knew I was going to try to read the word. He just set up a punchline in my chat, dude. Get out of here. Ooh, killer tofu. Do you know the name of the river that runs through London? I'm not even going to try to read that, but I don't know the name of it. I don't know if this is a joke or something. I don't know. We don't allow jokes in this chat. Try it. I don't want to. I'm afraid. I feel like I'm being set up again. I'll tell you how wrong you are. Well, it looks like the word Thomas with just 2 different letters. So my thought is Tamez. It looks like the word Thomas with 2 different letters. So my first thought is Tamez. It's just pronounced Thames. Wow, I'm actually not that far off. Yeah, hey. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, tits. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. The weekend. All right, let's go mail this stuff. English is just 3 languages stacked inside a trench coat, pretending to make sense while actively mugging other languages for loose grammar in dark alleyways. I've never heard such a wonderful description of the English language, and why is it the most accurate description I've ever heard? That is amazing. It's a trench, it's 3 languages trench coated up, dude. That's so accurate. That's insane, actually. Pardana, it's good to see you, man. That's so good. I hope you've been well, Pardana. Rain, sleet, snow, or hail will deliver what you mail. Thank you. All right, you guys want to see Pete? You ready? Pete's about to be flying to go deliver the mail. Yo, Pete, yo, tell us about your unrequited love with Phyllis, and why don't you love Pete? Yo, why don't you love Pelly, Pete? Just love Pelly, she loves you back. Pete, I know you can hear me, stop ignoring me, Pete! Dick. All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go grab my Japanese copy of this game that I got to show you all, and I'm gonna get some coffee. All right, I'll be right back. All right. Okay. Do. Oh, wrong button. We don't know what we're doing today. Oh, I forgot to grab the game. Nothing worse than sitting down and then having to get up. Okay, I'm back for real. So, we're gonna have to switch over to this scene real quick so I can show you from our friend Aubrey. Take a look at this. Oh, this scene's just a nightmare. Oops. I didn't use it today, so I forgot about it. All right. All right, so take a look at this. All right, we got, man, my stream is so messed up right now. I hate it. I gotta go through and like redo everything. All right. So I got a copy of Animal Crossing E Plus Edition. So let me just give you guys some history really quick. So if you didn't know, there's multiple versions of this game that released over time. The game that we're playing this morning is called Animal Crossing. Some people call it Population Growing. It's just Animal Crossing, basically. And it released on the Nintendo GameCube. But the original version of this game was actually on the N64. And it only released in Japan. All right? So, they eventually saw an opportunity to take that 64 version and port it to the GameCube. They released it in Japan, and they released it in America. And that's the game we're playing today outside of the Deluxe stuff. But then they decided that they could do more. And they released a plus edition called E Plus, and it never came to America. And they added even more features into our favorite game here. And then also there's a Chinese version called IQ, but we don't need to talk about that. So I got a copy sent directly from Japan by my buddy Aubrey, who has some connections out there. And this is it. This is the one version of Animal Crossing of 2 that I've never played. And the other one is the Chinese IQ version. Again, I'm probably never going to play it. So take a look at that. It's my first time ever seeing this disc. I've never even opened this. It has villagers around the edge of the disc. How cool is that? It has all the different species around the edge of the disc. This disc is gorgeous. Wow, this disc is gorgeous, dude. Wow, this disc is so nice. That's so cool. And now look at this. It also has some old books and stuff. Let's go explore. What do we got here? We got an old Club Nintendo, like, advertisement. This is probably mega dead. And then we have the book. And look at this. Farley's on the back. How cute is that? Farley, a legendary character that many people have never met, is on the back, which is pretty awesome. And here we are. Like, look at this. Look at the front page. It's got all the villagers hanging out. Tom Nook, Walker, Mary, Tortimer, KK, Franklin. I think her name is Zoe or Zoe. And then Rod the mouse is on the cover, which is such a crazy eclectic group of villagers. There's not much in the book here. All right, hold on. I can't ignore this balloon. Where's it at? Hold on a second. Where'd it go? Okay, it's gone. Anyways. All right, so let's go through the book and see what the book looks like real quick. And welcome in here, Midna. Look at that. So sick, dude. So sick, dude. I see Rover and I believe Dottie on this page. Oh, the GameCube controller layout. Sick. Another GameCube controller layout for typing. The stoner villager being showcased. Oh, I see Filbert. So yeah, there you guys go. There's not a ton in this book outside of just a ton of text. Not really like a bunch of cool pictures or anything. But it's still super nostalgic and charming, isn't it? So yeah, I was sent this. Shout out to Aubrey. She hooked me up. And now I'm one step closer to being able to play almost every single Animal Crossing game for all of you. And then, of course, we're setting up for our 3rd official Animal Crossing marathon. If you guys are new here, we've done 2, where we played 7 days of every Animal Crossing to showcase the true Animal Crossing experience. And while doing that, we played almost every Animal Crossing game. We've only ever faltered to play like the 2 that I'm missing, Chinese and now E+. Now I'm one step closer to being able to have my dream come true, where I play basically every Animal Crossing game possible in one stream. I don't think I'm ever going to get my hands on an IQ, let alone one from China. So the way I look at it is that one's just not even possible. So outside of that, I think we'll be able to do it. So maybe next year, Animal Crossing Marathon number 3 could be on the horizon. Anyone from China want to send highly in the game? Well, it requires a whole device, funny enough, because the IQ was a separate gaming console that you would like plug into your TV. And I think it came preloaded with some games or had to connect to the internet or something. So they would have to send me like a whole IQ device, which I don't even know anything about. Yeah, it would be a thing. It would be a thing. Unfortunately, it doesn't feel like it's too possible. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Plus, you'll play the new one next year. Yeah, we'll probably be playing the new one next year. I just either have to order a Japanese GameCube or I have to modify my GameCube, which both are a very doable situation. Very doable stuff. So, all right, let's go say good morning to Derwin. I was wondering why the Donkey Kong song was in my head. Got you. What up, Derwin? I love your house.
Hey, morning. Remember me? I'm your old bud, Derwin. I don't know how long it's been since I saw you, but it seems like a real long time. Great seeing you, really. Yeah, it's cool. True buds can get along without having to see each other every dang day. Slurp. So, what do you need?
True, actually.
What? You want to help me? That's neighborly of you. Since you put it that way, I guess I can't refuse. I think Ted has my glasses case, so I want you to check it out and tell me if I'm right. I'd go look into it myself, but I'm busy with some very important business. Yeah, that's it. So, how about it? Can you help me out?
Sure. All right, well, I'd like to say hi to Derwin. It's been a while. Hey, have you read any good magazines lately? Yes. That may just mean, tell me, Hylian, were you born in the year of the rabbit? No, dude. Huh? Really? That's odd. All the people I know who were born in the year of the rabbit consider the book to be the pinnacle of civilization's achievements. Well, I guess that means that you, Hylian, are a little on the odd side. I'll take that as a compliment. Thank you. Thank you very much. I am an odd individual indeed. Boom, 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 boom. Do. Yeah, good morning, Mary Meredith. Hope you're feeling good today, by the way. Good to see Daisy Cat in the house, and Alto Girl, and Great Bambi. And hearty welcomes to the stream today, Saturday Squad. I haven't really been diving into anything too new as far as media is concerned. But what about y'all? Any TV shows or movies that y'all been diving into? What? Rex, I was here to visit. Rex! I was here to visit. I was just distracted on my phone or something. Dude just walks out of the house. Hey, it's you. If I'd known it was going to rain, I would have slept in late. Yo, delivery. Working my way through Severance. I'm the year of the dragon, but only because I'm an early enough birthday to catch the previous year. So because the Chinese New Year doesn't start until February, and because I'm a January baby, even though I was born in the year of the rat, I'm actually a dragon because I still count for the previous year because the way the Chinese calendar works. So yeah, I'm a dragon baby. I've been watching Three Body Problem on Netflix. Nice. I know a little bit about the three body problem in science, but I don't know if that's what it's about. You just saw Scary Movie 6? That's what it's referencing? Cool. Yeah. Boom, 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 boom. Got movie ticks. The Odyssey next month. It's more popular than I expected. Oh, wow. Nice. I still need to watch that movie about the Hail Mary project or whatever. I just saw that it's on streaming services finally. You're the year of the horse. All right. Let's get that stuff out of my inventory. I've been reading through the Hail Mary Project book. Yeah, I've heard good things about the book. I won't watch it till I'm finished. That's smart. I've heard good things. People like the book a lot. Hi. What's up, Midnight? What you doing awake? Don't you know it's nap time? You getting into trouble over there? Yeah? Getting into trouble running around the house? The audiobook version's dope. I love a good audiobook. I love a good audiobook. Oh, dude, we could try to catch the coelacanth today. Let's do a couple coelacanth attempts. I just noticed it's raining. What's up, Jess MP? I've been randomly watching through Everybody Loves Raymond, but like when I usually throw on a show like that, I just throw it on in the background in the house, and I just occasionally catch an episode or two, and then I just let it play. So, you know, when I say I'm watching something like that, like old school like that, usually it just means it's on and I just occasionally pay attention to it. But I love that show. It's fun, man. Otherwise, I've been keeping up with YouTube a little bit, keeping up with some of the gaming industry stuff, like what Xbox is out there saying and trying to do. And then I was watching some streams. I've been on Twitch a little bit more frequently as of late, and been watching some streams, mostly a lurker. And then I've been playing a bunch of No Man's Sky. I'm back on the No Man's Sky bandwagon. I've been back on No Man's Sky. I'm building up my base, and I'm building myself a big grow op. And I'm building a big nip bud operation, and I'm turning it into herbal cookies. This is all in game, by the way. This is all real stuff. So I'm farming. I figured out how to do it. So I had to farm this stuff called frost crystal, and then I can cook the frost crystal into these grains, and then I can cook the grains into flour. And then meanwhile, I have to grow this other crop, which is like this cactus. And then I turn the cactus into juice, and then I turn the juice into sugar. And then I take the sugar and the flour and I combine it into pastry dough. Then I take the nip bud and combine it with the pastry dough, and I get herbal cookies. And then I sell those herbal cookies all around the universe. And this is how I've been spending my time in No Man's Sky. It's pretty sick. So yeah, and then I go around and I make money by trading in the market, so I can get money to fund my nip bud operation. It's been a blast. So I've been playing No Man's Sky a bunch. Yeah, that's my next step, Green Lanyard. Yeah, I'm gonna like set up a big nutrient process factory. Right now I just have like, it's all child's play. It's just a very small operation at the moment, but we're getting there. My base is on top of a mountain, and I was thinking about digging into the mountain to put like a big like bud factory in there, but will this fish stop ignoring me? But the problem is that you don't really want to dig into the ground in No Man's Sky, because the ground like renders back and it's kind of buggy. So it's just not a smart decision. You're better off just building stuff on top of the ground. So instead of doing like an underground facility, I'm gonna just build a big like facility, because you don't really want to do a bunch of digging in that game and like putting bases in the ground. It's just buggy. It just doesn't really work well. So what up, Lips? Good to see you. Liz just got home from Mexico. Long time no see. Dude, it's good to see you. I'm glad you went on a vacation, dude. I caught an octopus. I hope it doesn't disappear on me. What? My first base was right underneath the ring of a crater. It was just a big circle hidden in the ring. Nice, nice. Yeah, it's very doable. I'm just like a little worried. It's nice to know that a little bit of digging won't necessarily be too bad. It's nice to hear that. Yeah, I hope you had a great trip. I've never been to Mexico myself. Super fun and relaxing, but I'm burnt. Well, make sure you take care of yourself the next couple days, all right? Yeah, man, you guys should join us. Anybody who's interested in No Man's Sky, come on back, dude. I'm gonna try to get some night streams going, and I'm having a lot of fun rebuilding up my town, and I'm actually doing the quest again. And I finally got the quest that says to go to the center of the universe. This is my first time ever. I've never, like, I'm slowly picking at the quest, and now I finally got to a point to where they're like, you need to go to the center of the universe and like reset the galaxy. I don't want to spoil it, but I didn't know No Man's Sky is always a little existential, but holy frick is No Man's Sky existential. Like, dude, the story in the game is basically that everything is a massive simulation, and that, like, it's straight like out of the Matrix. It's like the universe is a simulation. At one point it had been reset, and it's just like a cycle. It's straight up out of the Matrix. Like, it's insane. I had no idea that game was on that level, dude. Farigarath just appeared in my Withered Wastelands after playing Prop Hunt the other day. Nice. I bought No Man's Sky but never played it. Yeah, dude, we're playing on stream a little bit, and we're trying to hang out with each other and like build a little civilization. And we took over a whole solar system, Lit Brit, and we have a planet, a paradise planet we're all living on. Everyone has their own little bases and stuff. It's pretty nice. I'd like to do a mega base alongside the community, but it takes some coordination, because you can build on other people's bases if you like change your online settings. And my dream is for like 5 or more of us to sit down and build a mega base together. I would love to do that. Like, everyone coming together to build a mega, like, area in the game, or like a mega base. I don't know if I've turned in an octopus, so I'm gonna save the dab and the octopus. I don't know if they've been donated. We're gonna go check. I think I can drop bugs and fish outside now. So the problem I ran into was running into the universal limit of ground to dig. Every once in a while, I'd go over the limit and then come back to my base and have to dig it all out again. So can I ask one more question, Green Lanyard? But if you can't answer, that's fine. So this universal dig limit, is that just for your base? Or is this in general? Like, anytime you dig on any planet, does it add to this counter? Because the game tells you about this. It's for your save file. That's why the game makes it so important that they tell you about the restore option. The game will be like, you need to make sure you're using the restore command often, because you don't want to have a bunch of holes everywhere. Yeah, so every once in a while, if you hit the cap, does it just reset everywhere in the game? And then you would proceed to have to like re-dig again? That's not the worst punishment unless you're living like underground. Yeah, that's not like the worst punishment, but yeah, all right. Thank you, dude. I wasn't sure, and I've been trying to wrap my head about how it works. I don't think it resets everywhere. It just resets the first things you dug. Oh, like a chain. So the first stuff gets undug, and then you keep going, and it's like a never-ending. Yeah. It's like a big snake eating its own tail types thing. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, man. Thank you so much for the knowledge. What up, Coco Miko? Good morning, Coco. Welcome in here, Cozy Chicky. I think I have a game on my wish list, but I haven't gotten to it. I've been chomping off the game list I have open. Finished both Subnautica 1 and Below Zero, and I've been shiny hunting in Legends EA. Dude, what did you think of Subnautica? Coffee. I didn't know you were into those types of games. Did you like it? Did you actually beat Subnautica 1? Like, did you make it to the end of the game? It's a beautiful game. It is a beautiful game, dude. I always like to ask people who beat Subnautica, what did you put in the time capsule? If you played Subnautica 1, what did you put in the time capsule at the end of the game? Because those time capsules go to other players. Every player's save file is littered with like 5 to 15 time capsules. And the ones that don't get discovered, I'm pretty sure get cycled back into the system. And you can find these players' time capsules as you play Subnautica. It's really special, actually. I'm working on saving for AC Black Flag Resynced. It looks really good. It might be the first time I ever play Assassin's Creed Black Flag. Chat room, would you like to see me play that game? I've never played the original really outside of a couple hours. And it might be time that I finally break into the Assassin's Creed franchise officially. I've never ever played an Assassin's Creed game. I've only played Black Flag on Switch 1 for 4 hours during a night stream. And it didn't really click for those 4 hours, but I was also tired. It was like midnight. It was like 1 a.m. Like 16 hours into a stream for 24. So I didn't really get a taste of it. Yeah, it's a pirate game. That's right. Odyssey is really fun in my opinion. Yeah, I think that I might start with Resynced and see where we go. Do you have any other recommendations? Is Odyssey a good step after that maybe? What's up, Toad? Good to see you today, Pardana. Good morning again. Good morning again there. And yeah, we're doing some Animal Crossing GameCube. What's up, Abby Likes Nachos? Good morning. Welcome back, Altanor. It took me 3 times to finally put my big girl shoes on and finish it. I love that the game is beautiful. I love how everything glows in dark and at night. Coffee, Sean, you're not alone. It's hard to push yourself to finish that game. It's so scary. Going through the lava area, dealing with the dragon there. I'm gonna tell you, I have all that stuff documented on stream, by the way. If you want to watch my playthrough of Subnautica 1, !YouTube, it's all on it. The playlist is on YouTube, and let me tell you, it's rare form for me to see me as a gamer playing a game that scares me is rare form. If you want to go watch me play that game, it's a pretty old playthrough, so we got to do another one here at some point. I'd like to do that. All right, I was about to do something. Oh, I'm fishing. I think I put in some water, the ration food thing, the knife, the Keep Calm Kitty poster, and the I fish, because it's the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen. That's a good little time capsule. That's cool. That area was glitched for me. It was all black. I couldn't see anything in the distance. I just heard the dragons and suddenly fire. That sucks. That game can be glitchy, especially depending on where you played it at. Believe me, dude, Coffee, I was playing on permadeath, so I only had 1 life to live, all right? And one time, I glitched outside of my submarine. I literally fell out of the submarine to the ground, almost died due to fall damage in the middle of the depths of the game. Here I am, naked, standing there with monsters around me, and I was freaking out, dude. It was not a good time. I was this close to dying. If I would have lost my permadeath character to a glitch through the submarine, I would have been so mad, dude. Oh my lord. Nothing much. Went to go see that new Alien movie. Okay. Couldn't see anything, or excuse me. For mine and my husband's B-Date was such a good movie. Wait, is you and the hubby's birthdays around each other? It's good to see you, Toad. I'm not sure if we celebrated your birthday, but happy birthday or happy early birthday. Oh, thank you, Sonny. Trying to exclamation point blush in the chat. Thank you. Thank you. It's wonderful to have you here today. I'm blessed. I have people in my life that keep me in check. Anytime my head starts to swell, I have people that will simultaneously lift me up and help me celebrate my achievements, but also remind me if I'm getting a little too big for my britches. Those are friends. Those are the type of people you want to surround yourself with in your life. You don't want a bunch of yes men. You want people that are willing to look at you in the eyes and say, okay, buddy, get over yourself. As a reminder. You know, I recently heard that in, I think it was either Chinese or Japanese culture that, I think it was Japanese culture, that they like to stay, they believe in this thing about, I think it's a part of feng shui, about staying in the middle. About never getting too excited or never being too down on yourself, but it's always about staying in the middle, right? And about how like never accepting too many compliments, but never but also taking the time to acknowledge your achievements. But then as soon as you acknowledge your achievements, you just move on. Because sitting there and dwelling on your success is just as bad as not acknowledging it at all. And their culture, I believe it was Japanese culture, but it could have been Chinese. they believe in like, it's like basically like a certain level of like it's like another way to look at being like humble, but like on an extreme level. They never let themselves out of this gap of being in the middle. So like the example I saw, the example that I was told, yeah, being balanced. And the example I was told in this video was, so if somebody in this culture were to invite you to their house, they would say, "Oh, I'm sorry I didn't clean up. I'm sorry I didn't clean up." Even their house could be spotless, but they would still say things along the lines of, "I could have cleaned up more. Thank you for understanding." And things like, another example is like after the meal, they would say things like, "I know the meal could have been a little bit better. I know I could have had a little bit more for you, but I hope you enjoyed it." Even though you might be looking around at a feast and you might be saying to yourself, "What do you mean? You did a great job. This is a great meal." But in their eyes, they're always keeping themselves balanced. So instead of, allowing themselves to like sit there and bask in the greatness of what they achieved, they acknowledge it and they move on and they stay balanced. And these are examples of like how their culture works when it comes to like interactions with other people. That's what those examples were supposed to be. Examples of like that energy, that balanced energy when you're interacting with other people. And it's that idea of like, never like getting too high on yourself. Keeping yourself grounded. It's an interesting logic. Obviously, things don't transfer culture to culture, so like it's hard to talk about, and it's hard to maybe to apply to your own life because we're in a different culture. But I think there is something to take away from this conversation and from what I learned from this. And what I took away from it was it's important in life to be balanced. And so I love that you said that, Abby, because that's exactly what I took away from it. Is you want to be balanced in life. You want to make sure that you don't ever stray on one side or the other too much. And you want to be balanced with your self perspective and stuff like that. I thought it was a really cool little tidbit of knowledge that I was able to gather from that. I'm always looking for knowledge in everything I do. So it was cool. The time capsule is no longer updated. They used to check what was inside and veto the items before releasing the capsules into the wild. Oh, is that true? I'm not sure about that. That's so interesting. Or in German culture, when they say this is not bad, which means fantastic. Yeah, I see what you're saying. That's so interesting. I had this wonderful older German woman as a neighbor, and she loved my cooking so much. It was such a compliment. Meanwhile, I could save 293 children and a kitten from a fire and still think I suck. I need the opposite. It's all about balance, my friend, but I do understand what you're saying. You're saying that's how you drive yourself. That's a kind of an even deeper conversation about how we were raised and what tools we used for motivation. Not that you need to hear any of this from me. You seem like a pretty well put together guy. But if you ever dove into like therapy or something, that could be something that you could work on and like talk about. And maybe there's something there. Maybe not. Maybe it's just another part of your life. But there could be something there. It's just funny that you mention that because I just read about how some of us, depending on how we were raised, some of us have to put ourselves through fire in order to be productive. That has to do with like our parenting and stuff and like how we were raised and like how our parents drove us and stuff like that. It's pretty interesting. That's like a whole nother conversation. And like how some of us use like that trial by fire energy to drive ourselves. We talk to ourselves rigidly and we don't give ourselves any slack. That's a really strong trait to have. And it's usually the way we were raised, like usually. Right. Whereas like that might not be necessarily the healthiest way to go about stuff. If it works, it works. Don't think about it too hard, but it might not be the healthiest way to go about stuff. It might be worth pursuing, and maybe you could find a better way to motivate yourself through other means, aside from, the rigorous system. Believe me, I can relate because I know that system. I'm definitely been there. There you go, dude. That's beautiful, Rio Keen. That's awesome, dude. Yeah, you know, it's something like, it's one of those things that aren't necessarily bad as long as you can acknowledge that it's a thing. Once you're at the level of acknowledging that it's a tool that you can use it as a tool. That's the cool part about it. It's just, I worry about those who maybe go about their life doing that and they don't realize it. That's where it's like, maybe you should like look into that, you know? But like, I feel like once you're acknowledging it, it's like, okay, whatever. It could just be another tool in your kit of like, of how you navigate this mortal coil, you know? You saw the new Star Wars movie? Did you like The Mandalorian, Morgan? Has anybody else seen The Mandalorian? Has anybody else seen it? I haven't gone and seen it. I'm gonna wait. I think I'm gonna watch the show first. I'm actually really close to watching Andor. I'm thinking about starting Andor within the next week. I realized that it's probably one of the best pieces of Star Wars media that I've never checked out, that people say like... I recently heard a take from an old curmudgeon who said that after the original trilogy, the next best piece of Star Wars media is Andor. They weren't counting games, but they were like it's the trilogy, then it's Andor, and then they said it's nothing else. Again, he was a curmudgeon, but I feel like that says a lot. Andor must be sick. Andor just must be really good. Back to nerd talk. Yeah, yep, and I can call it out when I go too far and make plans for next time. 10 out of 10 therapy's great. It really is, yeah. It's something that we should be open to talking about and we should remove the stigma from. But as you said, you know, let's get back to nerd talk. You know, there's a time and a place. Do you think this game will come to the GameCube NSO? I hope so. But I will say that I'm like 50% confident this game's coming to NSO. 50% it's not going to happen. I'm like 75% we're going to see New Leaf on a port. 25% it's not going to happen. I'm like maybe 60% convinced we're going to see Wild World on the DS emulator, and maybe like 40% that it's not going to happen. So Animal Crossing GameCube is unfortunately the game that I feel like is least likely going to show up. I think this game has just moved on. You know, Dazabound made a joke this morning. He said, maybe it's a sign that it's time to let her go. I think Nintendo might have let her go. I think Nintendo might have let her go in that sense. I think they might have let this game sail into the sunset. I really hope not, but I think this game's done. Maybe I'm too greedy, but I'm gonna need them to add like 5 more games to the GameCube NSO. You're not greedy at all. You probably paid for the expansion pass for a whole year. Oh, just like me. And haven't seen a game release for like a quarter of that year. It's been like 3 months. And they couldn't even take the time to drop 2 Pokemon games. They only dropped 1. It's like, Nintendo, get over yourselves. These games aren't that good. And most of us are going to play them for 5 minutes and turn them off. Just let us play them for 5 minutes. It's like, please. Nintendo will get another year of NSO sub if they give us ACGC or DS AC games. Yeah, like, they are seriously trying my patience. Boom, boom. I was really hoping for Mario Sunshine. Yeah, it's like, what's happening? Where's Sunshine at? It's like that's your Mario game on the GameCube. The only Mario game on GameCube. 3D, like, official Mario. And you don't have it on the NSO? Meanwhile, the only other copy of Mario Sunshine that you've ever released, you didn't release it permanently. It was a limited time release. So the only other way I can play Mario Sunshine is to go to the Scalpers Market and to spend $150 on the 3D All-Stars collection? Okay. Okay, Nintendo. Cool. All right. I forgot the Mario Pack was a limited release. Yeah, we can't even buy it. Like, it sucks, dude. It's almost as if Nintendo wants us to pirate their games. Don't worry, because we're gonna get a PC port of Sunshine soon. All the GameCube games are getting decompiled, and once it comes to PC, you'll just be able to download and play it. So don't worry, it'll happen sooner than later. I was a heavy fantasy dork, like Labyrinth and Princess Bride. Those are the deepest I delved into fantasy. Star Wars is still fantasy. It's sci-fi fantasy. But I don't know. Don't get me wrong. I love Carrie Fisher and always will. Rip to the Queen. But I still couldn't get into Star Wars. I found it boring. That's okay. I think that's a totally valid take. I think Star Wars is... If you don't find space fantastical, you probably don't like Star Wars. That's literally it. It's all about the fact that people who love Star Wars, I think a big chunk of people who love Star Wars find space and sci-fi to be fantastical, to be these wonderful experiences, to be this really interesting thing, like just being in space. Just the idea of traveling through the stars is enough to make Star Wars exciting. I think that's where Star Wars strength really lies. I don't know many people who sit down and say like, oh, like I really love like this actor and like their role. Like, it's all about the technology. It's about like lightsabers, and it's about the conflict between the Sith and the Jedi, which is like a classic battle of good and evil. But it's about the sci-fi fantasy. It's about space and traveling through the stars and lightsabers and political conflict. Like it's this interesting trope, if you will. At this point, Star Wars created its own trope. And like, I don't know. Yeah, I understand that. I don't think Star Wars is for everybody. What I'm trying to say is that I don't think people who are like super into Star Wars are like watching the movies thinking to themselves, like, I think you like the original trilogy of Star Wars is hype and is exciting and is awesome because of the atmosphere of the movies, because of the energy around the movies. It's the atmosphere, it's the aesthetic. I don't necessarily think you're watching the trilogy because it's this like groundbreaking story that you're being entertained by. That's what I'm kind of trying to say. See, I love Star Trek, right? Because Star Trek is a story-driven narrative. You see, that makes sense. Think about it. Star Trek is a story-driven narrative that is made and designed to capture your attention for 20 minutes on TV, and you come back for Star Trek every week because of the story and because of the characters and because of their acting and everything. That's the entertainment value of Star Trek. Star Wars is pew, 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 pew. Bwam, bwam, all the Death Star, the universe. Like it's like the aesthetic. It's the universe. It's not. You don't like watch Star Wars necessarily for that. Now, I'm not saying some people don't, and I'm not saying that over time Star Wars has evolved into more of a full-fledged like entertainment product. But if you talk about the original trilogy, dude, what's really going on with the original trilogy? it's insane sound effects and special effects, like the sound of the freaking X-wing flying by your ear, like that's the stuff that we like love, and that's why we're watching Star Wars, so I can hear the sound of an X-wing. And you're just like, dude, how cool is that, dude? Like that's why you watch Star Wars. Like, I can't speak for everybody, but like, I certainly ain't watching Star Wars for Carrie Fisher's performance. Like, no offense to Carrie Fisher, but I can care less who was playing Princess Leia. Like, I don't actually care at all. Like, I don't now. I'm not saying that her role as Princess Leia wasn't iconic and important. I'm just saying, like, at the end of the day, that's not why I'm watching Star Wars. I'm not watching Star Wars for Harrison Ford. I'm not watching Star Wars for whoever acted Luke Skywalker. Like, I'm watching Star Wars because of the universe. Because of Leia, not the actress. Because of Han Solo, not Harrison Ford. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's not like that media where you turn it on and you're like, oh, I can't wait for this actor's performance. Like, not really. That's not why you watch Star Wars. Like, you're not in it for like that. And again, this is just my opinion, but it was an awesome discussion topic that I wanted to dive into a little bit. Like, I don't think Star Wars is that kind of media, at least not the trilogy, not the original trilogy. I think over time they tried to do more, and it's obvious. And that's probably what pushed a lot of people away. To be honest, I think a lot of anti-Star Wars fans don't like that they went so heavy into like narratives and tried to like write the characters into certain positions, and it took away the fantastical fun feeling of Star Wars. Star Wars I don't think was ever meant to be taken serious the same way you take something like Lord of the Rings serious. You guys get what I'm saying? Like, Lord of the Rings, you go into that and you're taking it like serious. You're like, oh my God, the battle for Middle Earth. When you go into like Star Wars, it's like, woo, Star Wars, we're taking down the Death Star. Whooping. Like, it's like fun. It's fantastical. It's exciting. You don't like go into Star Wars the same way you do into like a serious piece of media. Now, again, until later. I think now they're trying to do that. They wanted Star Wars to be a Lord of the Rings style piece of media. And that's why I think a lot of Star Wars fans don't enjoy Star Wars like they used to, because they never watched Star Wars for that. They watched Star Wars for fun, and then now it's like serious business, and it's like weird for some people, right? Galaxy Quest is great. They want to make a quadrillion dollars, yeah. Or like R2-D2 screaming past you. Yeah, exactly. You would hate my Lord of the Rings take, because that's another one I couldn't get into. Well, Lord of the Rings is a very, very specific property, right? You see, I read Lord of the Rings first. It was actually in 6th grade. My teacher let me choose, 7th grade. My English teacher let us choose a book for our own book report. You know, this was really cool, our first taste of freedom. And I chose the Lord of the Rings, The Two Towers, because the teacher didn't want me to try to do the whole trilogy. She thought that was overwhelming. So when I presented my idea, she was like, why don't you pick one of the books? And I was like, okay, sure. And I picked The Two Towers. Even though I had all 3 books in one big book. I don't have my book collection anymore, and I'm so sad. I lost all that stuff. But I went to the Two Towers inside of it, and I read just The Two Towers. So weirdly enough, I didn't even read. I read the first like 15 pages of the book, And then I jumped to Two Towers and read that first, went back and read Fellowship, and then ended on Return of the King. But anyways, my point is like, I think Star Wars is a very different, like I totally respect people who don't, or sorry, Lord of the Rings. I respect people who don't like Lord of the Rings because I identify as somebody that read it, that Lord of the Rings is really, really slow. When the writer is describing a blade of grass and what it like one of my favorite scenes from the beginning of Fellowship is like it goes to, there's a scene with Legolas. It's the beginning of Two Towers, and it's Legolas and Gimli and I think Aragorn traveling together. And at one point there's a whole page dedicated to Legolas hearing something in the distance. He's like, this whole page is like, all of a sudden, like the wind goes past his ear and you know, due to his elvish like ears, like he can hear and like it describes the process in which he can hear at a distance and describes everything he hears like to a T. And it's like a whole page dedicated to this one thing, this one moment. And I remember as a kid stepping back and going, holy frick, is this descriptive? So yeah, it was that day that I realized that Lord of the Rings isn't for everybody, dude. It's not for everybody, man. You gotta be ready for some reading if you're gonna pick up that book. I will say this, if you ever wanted to get into the Lord of the Rings, you gotta read The Hobbit first anyways. If you start with the Lord of the Rings, I think you're already doing yourself a disservice. So just a heads up, if you ever want to give it another try, you gotta go back, you gotta read The Hobbit first. The Hobbit's only a couple hundred pages, it's real small, you could easily just finish it to say that you finished it. And it's a beautiful story. I think The Hobbit is such a well put together story. So I think if you're gonna ever go and try to start the Lord of the Rings series in book form, you gotta read The Hobbit first. You don't start with the Lord of the Rings. Unfortunately, a lot of people probably tried, but I think you get hooked. You know, the real hook comes from The Hobbit. Once you read The Hobbit, you're hooked. And then you want more of the world, you know, or not, and you move on. I drew a picture for John Rees Davies to sign because he spoke at our school. I gave it to my ex. Whoops. I just saw the book's girth and was like, nope. Yeah, you see what I mean? Like, yeah, like you look at like Lord of the Rings and it's like intimidating, it's slow. The Hobbit is the real approachable book in the series. The Hobbit is the play. I'm a big fan of The Hobbit. I read it every couple years. I haven't read The Lord of the Rings in 15 years, but I'll read The Hobbit every couple years. Oh, I bet you that's so special, Ash. No coelacanth so far. Do 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 do. Boom boom. No coelacanth so far. Someone once said the difference between Star Wars and Star Trek is more cerebral. I can dig that. Okay. I agree with that. You know, I've never really watched a single episode of Star Trek in my life. Where do I start? Where do I start? Where are the Star Trek fans? Do I start with Next Generation? Or do I go to the real old stuff? I can handle the old stuff. Because, like, I watch, like, old Doctor Who. So, like, I can handle the old campy stuff if I need to. I love TNG. I like old campy stuff, so I can handle that stuff. I find it super interesting. Old campy music, movies, TV shows. All right, the only thing we have to donate here is an olive flounder. Hoo-hoo! And now lift Flounder, I believe. Eyes on the left. Flounder, eyes on the right, dab. Oh, I can't believe you said that out loud, Blethers. See, that is how I tell the flounder and the dab apart. This one is most definitely a flounder. A what? The flounder's mouth is slightly larger and its body is thicker. During the day, it hides in the sand with only its eyes sticking out. At night, it scours the ocean floor for its prey. I suppose this fish and I aren't that different, eh, what? Being a night owl. Campy, Campy is a term for, like, tongue-in-cheek. Another way to say, like, tongue-in-cheek, right? Yeah, satirical. Kind of, like, purposefully goofy and, like, self-aware of its goofiness. Is kind of how I would describe campy. You ever seen the movie called Cabin in the Woods? Cabin in the Woods is like a goofy modern horror like movie. It's like not really scary. It's real goofy. And it's probably one of the best definitions of campy I've ever seen. It's such a good definition of like campy. If you've ever seen Cabin in the Woods, that's like the definition of camp right there. You like Deep Space Nine? I've never seen Deep Space Nine, but I think there's an LP album called Deep Space Nine. That's a conversation for another day. Maybe like a scary episode of Psych? Sure. Here, I'll give you a better definition though. So a better definition of campy, a more direct definition of campy is directly from Webster. Absurdly exaggerated, artificial, or affected in a usually humorous way. Witnessing their synchronized routine, he almost expects them to break into some campy chorus line from one of the seedier nightclubs. That's an example of how you would use it. He could modify his outburst into what were sometimes hilariously campy performances. So camp, you know, it's exaggerated. It's obviously artificial. It's obviously silly. And a lot of times I'll find that it's self-aware. It like very much knows and lets you know that it knows it's being stupid. Lets you know like that it's obviously being silly, right? Yeah, it's cool. I like definitions of stuff, so I wanted to look it up. Yeah, like Rocky Horror, that's a good one. Yeah. Five Nights at Freddy or Gulliver Away Camp or Sleep Away Camp. I never heard of those. All right, no luck with the freaking coelacanth, dude. Let's go see what Tengi's up to and see if we can get a job this morning. I like Battlestar Galactica. Yeah, Battlestar was cool. Was Battlestar the one with like the weird like androids that were like trying to take over? Or am I thinking of Stargate SG-1? Nah, Battlestar for sure had like the weird androids. I think at one point there was like some weird sexy time stuff with one of them that had blonde hair. The fact that I remember that's stupid, but here we are. Sorry. Oh, there's Tangy. Sleepaway Camp is 1983. Oh, that's cool. I've never heard of Sleepaway Camp. Yeah, I think that's Battlestar Galactica with the weird, like, androids or something. I've seen that, and then I've seen a little bit of Stargate SG-1, but I don't remember which is which. Cylons, yeah. No job, Tangy, dang. Next movie night, we can binge watch the 60s Star Wars. Would you guys like that? What did we have planned for the next movie night? I thought we had a plan. I forget what it was. I'm totally on a dry streak when it comes to making new friends, and I'm normally miss popularity. What's the deal? Will I be alone forever? Possibly. Sorry. All right, let's sell some fruit. SG1's the one with the gate. Galacta's the robots. Thank you. Are cherries even a foreign fruit in this town? I don't remember. I need to rewatch a bunch of sci-fi stuff that I used to watch decades ago. When's the last time you watched, if ever, Firefly? Go watch Firefly. And then Serenity. You know, I just saw that what's that actor's name? He's in a cop show as well. I actually would probably like to watch him as a cop. I liked him in Castle. Castle was the last piece of media that I saw him in. Nathan Fillion. Castle was the last piece of media that I saw him in, and I loved Castle. It was such a cool show. Castle was really cool. I want to go back and watch it because I don't remember it. I loved Castle, though. It was such a cool dynamic between him and the one lady. Yeah, it's been a long time since I've watched Castle, though. They played on Lifetime. Yeah, anyways, he's a cop. I just saw that he was a cop. Like, TikTok showed me a clip from a show or a movie. And I'm like, dude, Nathan Fillion as a cop is the best casting for a role ever. It's such a good casting for him, dude. Like, he's such a good, like, that's a good role for him, dude. He's good. It's called The Rookie. Is it a movie or a show? It's a show. Okay, it's a show. He's also the voice of Cade in Destiny and Destiny 2. I didn't know that. Never heard of Castle? Yeah, it's like a detective show. Check it out. Castle's really cool. Yeah, you'll like it probably if you're into that kind of stuff. Yo, thank you, Funeral, for 47, and good morning. Can we get some love out there? And thank you, YouTube, for hitting that like button, and welcome to my Animal Crossing GameCube showcase, the Deluxe Edition. And we're having some fun here today. We're just yapping, you know. Animal Crossing streams are just yaps, dude. We're just having a good time. Oh, that's some bells, man. Being able to stack fruit changes everything on how I play this game. So stacking fruit was not originally in this game. So being able to stack fruit is an insane quality of life upgrade. It makes making bells off of fruit so much better. My family was obsessed with Castle and Bones. I watched a lot of Bones as well. I watched a lot of... No, I didn't watch much Bones. I watched a little bit of Bones. I watched a bunch of Special Victims Unit. I think that was with... Was that the one with Ducky and the Gibbs slap? I'm not gonna lie, I love SVU. I love Gibbs and the Gibbs slap. I still reference that to this day all the time. That was NCIS, thank you, not Special Victims. I'm thinking of NCIS, yeah. SVU was something else. But yeah, I loved Ducky and Gibbs. That was probably the only show that I like really got into from that style. A little bit of Cold Case was cool. A little bit of Bones was cool. But I never really got into those types of shows. That was like a breakaway for me. NCIS like stole my heart. You know, it's always a lady friend. I'm just going to be transparent. I'm not a TV watcher. Every single show that I am mentioning, every single movie, well, that's not true. But right now, for this moment, every single show that I have mentioned in the past 10 or 15 minutes, I was introduced to by a lady. I'm not even going to front. I'm not that cool, chat. I'm not that cool. I just play video games, man. You see what I do here on stream? This is just my life. I'm just here presenting it. Like, it's not any different. It's not. So every single show I just mentioned, it was like a lady who was like, yo, I like this. And I was like, sure, I'll watch it. And then I was like, I like this too. And, you know, here we are. All of it. Castle, all of them. Hey, look at this, dude. We got a camper. Nice. We're going to be able to farm some items, maybe. And the money rock. They'll release Ocarina of Time in November alongside GTA 6. I believe it. All right, we want to take money out of our pockets because we don't want to have more than 3,000 bells on us at a time, or they're going to rob me blind and take all of my bells from me. I believe we do want to have some stuff on us, though, so they can trade for some stuff. I believe, but I don't know if it has to be furniture. All right, let's go find out if we can play some mini games. Oh, hey, what's up, Ursula? Good morning, I suppose. Are you as miserable as I am? If this is roughing it, I'll pass next time. Honestly, the canned food tastes like sawdust and my sleeping bag itches. Who lives like this? Still, I decided to camp, so I shouldn't complain. My name's Ursula. It's nice to meet you. So, if you guys don't know, there's a bunch of rare items that you can get out of this. So let me show you real quick. So, in Animal Crossing GameCube, and feel free to put an HDes in the chat if you've heard this spiel from me multiple times, because I'm sure a lot of you have. So, in Animal Crossing GameCube, you can meet special villagers that are visiting. All right. First off, you can meet a villager in an igloo, and this villager that's in an igloo is from your town. So somebody from your town randomly, once a day in winter, goes in an igloo, and you can play mini games and you can get really rare items. Well, in summer, on the weekends, a random villager that does not live in your town will show up and camp for the weekend. It's a really cool feature, similar to New Horizons, but for multiple days, for 2 days. And here's the key. You can get a bunch of rare items. You can get all of the stuff in this tent, the bag, the cooler, the sleeping bag, all this stuff in the tent, as well as a couple other items and a tent model. And the only way to get these items is by interacting with these villagers. It's really, really, really cool. So without further ado, let's see if we can win ourselves a bonfire or something. Yeah, there was camps in New Leaf. New Leaf had a pretty similar camping system, actually, to this. It's about time you showed up, Gromp. So far, I've spent my entire trip sitting alone in my tent. You can't expect a well-bred girl like myself to go out. Who would ever describe themselves as well-bred? That's gross, kinda. And to go out and get all dirty hiking or climbing or whatever it is you're supposed to do when you camp. So I was hoping you could entertain me by playing a little game with me. How about it? Purebred animal? Yeah. Yeah, let's play. Being fairly new to this whole camping thing, I never really know what to do when I'm camping. But I know that I like to play games. So I have 4 cards here. I have a jack, a queen, a king. Oh, so you mean a parappa? Oh, came in with the 23. No, they're the 34 months. Thank you, dude. And an ace. I'll give you 3 chances to pick out the ace. The first time you pick a card, you get to hang on to it. But if you don't get the ace the second time, you have to give back both cards before you pick again. If you get the ace, I'll give you a prize. But if you don't get the ace, you have to buy the prize from me. Oh, that's fine. This is the best minigame. This is worth it. Because either way, we get a prize. That's what we want. Because there's like a handful of different minigames that can happen here. And one of them is like they take something out of your inventory or they give you something. And then there's ones like this where you get a prize no matter what. These are the ones you want to grind out. Third card. You pick the jack. Looks like Lady Luck isn't smiling on you. Now you get to pick another. Your odds are a little better. First card. I can't believe it. The odds were totally in my favor. You can't see through my cards, can you? Well, it looks like you win, so here's your prize. Oh, well, wish me better luck next time. Player swap sign. Don't know what the hell that is. Let's keep going. What up, JC Violin? And good morning, Malachi. Sometimes throughout the day, I think about the OOT trailer and briefly think it was all a dream I had. I'm right there with you, dude. I'm right there with you, dude. It's about time you showed up. I could really use some advice on how this whole camping activity thing. I set up my tent, I laid out my sleeping bag, I hung up my lamp, and I took out my cans of food. But what I'm wondering is, where is the gas range that I'm supposed to cook my food on? It's about time you showed up. I mean, they are animals, true. All right, let's play. All right, let's play. Let's throw up some jams. And that's play. Oh, did we not put jams on today? We did not. Oh, wow. I always put them on in the background. Let's throw up some jams and let's play. Because we're going to have to grind this out for a minute. Let's just, let's see if we can get lucky enough to get a nice piece of furniture. Let's see. Doop doo doo. Doop doop doo 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 doo. Boom boom boom. Oh. All right, here we go. Last try. We lost. All right, what are we buying? A billiard table. All right. Yikes. Let's go and get ourselves a little bit more cash. I think we need 3,000 bells on us in order to participate, like, officially. Yikes. I don't think she'll play games with us if we don't have 3,000 bells on us, at least. But if we have more, there every once in a while, they'll play a mini game with you where they will just take every dollar in your wallet. So you have to be really careful in this game, because sometimes they'll be like, all right, and if you lose this game, I'm going to take every bell from your inventory. So, and sometimes it's even worse because you can't get out of it. There's a couple situations, very rare, but a couple situations in this game where a villager will walk up to you and not give you an option to say no. Like, straight up rob you. Like, they'll walk up to you, they'll say, you're going to buy this off of me right now, and I'm not taking no for an answer. And then they'll sit there and they will, like, your only option is to turn the game off. Like your only option is to, like, reset, like, you're done. All right, we'll keep the billiard table and we'll see if she wants to trade it, maybe. It's pretty brutal. This game doesn't play, man. Unskippable mugging cutscene. She only wants a sugar daddy. That's exactly what's going on here. Do 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 do. I didn't mean to pick up those bells. Do do do. I don't think the fruit counts as furniture, so we might get a different mini game now that we have the billiard table on us. Oh, you too, Charlie? I thought I was just special. How does the camping villagers work compared to New Horizons? So you can't ask them to move in officially in this game, and they last for 2 days, and instead you play mini games for furniture. In New Horizons, they stay for 1 day, they play mini games for clothing and stupid junk, basically, and you can ask them to move in. That's the big difference. And in New Leaf, you could ask them to move in if you had a space in your island. They stayed for, I think, 2 days as well for the weekend. And yeah, I think New Leaf was basically the progression of this system, and it just got more and more progressed. They said, what's the next thing I should do? Hiking? So can you carry me up Mount Hyrule so I don't have to get dirty? Why are you looking at me like that? She was like, I don't know what to do now. I'm supposed to go hiking. Can you carry me? This girl is a trip, dude. What up, Raccoon? Yeah, we are. This is the Ooblets soundtrack. Yeah, I just wanted to throw something on while we try the minigame for a little bit, because it's going to be repetitive for just a couple minutes while we try to see if we can win some rare furniture. So we just have to spam the A button to get through this, because after the first time you read it, there's not like a ton of new dialogue. All right, we got the king. Let's go for third card. Oh, we got it. All right, we get a free item. Good morning, Atomic. Dude, good to see you, bud. All right, what's this? A cabana vanity. I'll just hold on to some of the furniture because she might want to trade me for it. Sometimes they have a trade minigame. Bum, bum, bum. All right. Bum, 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 bum. About time you showed up. Yo, Gamer Pro, did you check out any of Barb's 24-hour stream? I watched him play Katamari for the first time, and he was killing me, dude. He was getting pissed off because if you load up Katamari, Damacy reroll, the volume is really loud. I've experienced this as a streamer myself. And he was killing me, Gamer Pro. He was sitting there raging at the game. He was so mad. He's like, I'm so pissed. He's like, I'm about done with this game and I barely started. He was freaking out, dude. I was dying, dude. Watching this dude try to play Katamari. He actually gave it a real try, though, and I got a lot of respect for Barb. He does give it a real try, even if he just complains the whole time. And then I watched him play something else. This, like, really cool-looking game. It reminded me of Spore. Also, there's a balloon in the Twitch chat this morning. It reminded me of Spore. He was playing this game that, like, it was like Spore, but a roguelike. And you're like, you start off as a creature and you have to like eat other creatures to evolve. And as you evolve, you get like more evolutionary traits that could be beneficial, like a carapace or more damage with your claw or something. And it looked really interesting, actually. I actually really liked the concept of it. You watched a few minutes of Monkey Ball? So did I, yeah, just a few. When was it? I don't remember what it was called. I'll be honest, I was like half paying attention. Yeah, but it looked really cool. That sounds like it could have been the name. All right, no luck so far, y'all. We got 3 items, 4 items total. No luck yet. These items are very, very rare. But this might be one of the best villager archetypes to do this with. Because... oh, we got a new minigame. We got a new minigame. Hold on. We'll take turns picking cards from one another's hands, and we're going to try to be the first one to get a 2-pair. But in our 8 cards, there are only 3 pairs in all. Do you get my drift? If I win, I can keep any item that I want. Not that I think anything you'll have is cool. She's such a B word. And I don't mean bear. If you win, I'll buy an item from you at a good price. So this is the worst minigame. So we want to drop the items out of our inventory because this minigame sucks. Because we're not getting anything from her. She's only getting something from me. We don't want this. All right, she can have the Cabana Vanity. So every personality type has a different minigame. That's the one thing I haven't said to y'all. So every personality type has a different minigame, and some of them are better than others for farming items. I can't remember which villager has the best, but one of the villager personalities has 2 minigames that can result in you getting items, instead of one that's like you just saw and one that results in you getting items. So it's really nice. I think it's Lazy's. I think Lazy's have the best set of minigames to farm items. I think so. It's been a while though, I don't remember. I think the game was called Everything is Crab. Thank you, Harvest Goon. That sounds about right, because they were talking about crabs during the game. All right, here we go. Jack, Queen, King, and Ace. Let's go. Is there a limit on how many times you can play with them? Nope, not at all. You can just sit here and farm all day if you want. That's the fun part about this game specifically, is it's an older game in that sense, where a lot of the systems are gameable. You notice how like modern games, they would have probably limited you, right? Isn't that fair, Meg? Modern games, they would have put like a cooldown on it. But for some reason, older games were totally down with giving you systems and just letting you like take advantage of them. It's great. All right, we lost. What are we gonna buy? A modern chair. Yikes. That sucks. All right, let's go get some more bells real quick. All right, let's go for a couple more rounds before we give up. Because I'm not like that stressed, but if we could get one of these items, it would be cool. 1,000, 2,000, and 3,000. Let's go.
It's about time you showed up.
Okay. I thought Crazy Red was sketchy. There's a lot of sketchy characters in this game. All right, enough of that coffee. It's gone cold. It's gross. I bought myself some creamer for the first time in about a month, and the only problem with creamer is that when coffee with creamer goes cold, it's disgusting. But when coffee that's black goes cold, it's still very drinkable. Has anybody ever noticed that? So black coffee that goes cold, you can just slug it. But for some reason, that coffee with cream in it that goes cold gets gross. It gets like a weird aftertaste, and it's like, ugh. So I like coffee with creamer to be as hot as possible. All right, we won. What do we get? A white pawn. Yikes. That's crazy. I didn't know that. What's up, Delilah? Yeah. So I got used to my coffee getting cold over while I was drinking black coffee with honey. I tried the past month honey and black coffee, and I'm converted. While it's still kind of sugar, right? It's still sugar, so it doesn't quite solve the problem of not putting a bunch of like sugar into my coffee in the morning. Let's be honest. It's a lot less sugar and crap than is in most coffee creamers. So it's a really nice alternative. And I've been doing black coffee and honey for a month. I love it. I'm converted. It's probably my favorite way to drink coffee now. Just black and a little bit of honey. It's so crazy how it's been under my nose the whole time, and I didn't realize how good it was. I thought it was such a weird combo until I finally just sucked it up and tried it. And it's like actually really good. Now I realize that if your coffee's too black, I'm not sure how good it's gonna be. That's the problem. I think that if your coffee's really dark, then it might not be as good. But I was also making the coffee light. I was only putting the recommended 2 spoons of grounds in the like machine, like very light coffee. It was almost like equivalent to like drinking a black tea. It was kind of interesting. It was like I was drinking like a black tea with like a lot more caffeine. It was a really interesting month, but I treated myself to some creamer. Third time over now, you're getting demoted. Hey, I do my best with names. From here on out, I'm just gonna call you Da, because I'm not gonna remember. So that's the solution. I apologize, and Da it is. I've been demoted, and we're relegating to just using a shortened version of your name. Da it is. I'll always put the effort in, but I never said that I could speak English. All right. I'll always put the effort in, but I never said I could speak English. Don't judge me. What up, Scary Cherry? My Ooblets playthrough is on YouTube, I believe. I believe I got that one set up because people asked for it. Yeah, I think it is. I don't know how I can eat crushed ice as a snack. You don't know how people can do that? I love crushed ice as a snack. Nowadays, my teeth aren't what they used to be, so it's maybe a little bit more harsh. You know, you strike a filling with extra cold on the wrong angle, and it kind of sucks. Do-do-do-do. Dun, 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 dun. My teeth are too sensitive. Yeah. It's the best ice crushing ice is the stuff you get from the gas station. That's a bunch of little balls. That's the best way to eat crushed ice. Is you go to like the gas station and you just get a cup of ice. They'll charge you for the cup and that's it. And I used to do that because I was a broke kid. So every day after school, you know, all my friends would go into the store and they'd be buying themselves candy bars and soda pop. And I was always the broke kid, but I was the broke kid who had a way too big of a heart, and I didn't want to mooch off of my friends. So I tried really hard not to mooch, and I would just do stuff like that. Like I would eat ice. Like I would just get a cup of ice. I'd put like 20 cents on the table, and I would just eat ice while everyone was eating like soda or drinking, you know. I always, one of my best friend in my life one time like played me, and it stuck with me my whole life. It was real harsh. We were going ice skating, and like homie knew that like I was broke and could never afford anything, and we were like best friends. So he was like, he wanted to go ice skating because that's where he like would, you know, pick up chicks. And I didn't say anything. This was the problem. I didn't say anything, right? So I thought it was an unsaid thing that he was gonna have to pay for me to get in, because like his mom gave him money and I didn't get money. And I got a cooler, I got a rare item, let's go! So we get there and we're in the fucking line going into the ice rink, and homie just pays and goes through. And I'm like, Matt? And he turns around and I'm like, sup? And he actually like in that moment, like we were kids, but he got like mad at me in front of everybody. He's like, oh, I gotta pay for you? And I was just like, I thought we understood this, dude. Like, you know I'm broke. You know like, come on, dude. And like embarrassed me in front of everybody there. And that day was the day I realized that I'd rather be homeless, and I'd rather not eat, and I'd rather be in the worst position than ever ask for help. That was the day that I turned, and I was like, yeah, I'm never ever expecting anybody to ever take care of me again. I was like, no, I'm never doing this. I was so shy. It burnt my soul, dude. I was like, yep, never again. If I don't got the money, I'm not doing the thing. I'm not letting people pay for me. It was it's tough. I'll never forget. I don't know why that memory randomly popped up in my brain this morning, but I'll never forget that. I was like, dude, what are you doing to me, man? You know I'm broke, man. Like, come on, dude. It was tough. We should both be happy with the outcome. All right, dude, we got ourselves a rare item, dude. Nice, man. We successfully farmed up a rare item, dude. That's what it's all about. That's what it's all about. All right, let's go ahead and clean up our mess here. Everyone tells me to get my iron checked when they see me with a cup of ice. That's so funny. I just ate ice because I was broke. I never knew it was like a sign that something was wrong. What's up, Tangy? Did you ever bring it up to him as an adult? No. I understood that in the moment, you know, I didn't say anything ahead of time. It was a learning experience for me. Outside of, you know, getting jaded for a couple years, really it just taught me that, like, you gotta communicate, man. If you need help, you gotta like tell somebody. You gotta talk about it. You can't just assume that people know what you need or want. It was just a lesson for me. Yeah, you know, it was like, you know, it wasn't really that bad. It was brutal in the moment, but it was a lesson where, like, in hindsight, I should have been like, yo, man, like, I can't afford to go to this. Is this something you're willing to take me and pay for? If not, maybe I need to go home today and stay home, you know? Like, I didn't, yeah, it was all a learning experience. But in the moment, man, it was brutal, dude. Boom, 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 boom. Wait, why is the game covering up chat a little bit? Oh, never mind. That's my never mind. All right, we're good. All right, nice. We're up to 50 thou, baby. We're making stacks this morning. Let's go pay off some of our debt and check out our new cooler. Let's go check out our new cooler. Thank you for sharing. I relate. Yeah, dude. What's a summer trip without a cooler to hold your brewskis? You guys might not look at this and say to yourself, wow, that's a rare item. But trust me, it's a rare item. Trust. Wow, that's exactly what I was thinking. What up, Ano Moxie? Yeah, the rare items aren't necessarily like flashy. Now there is one that is really iconic. You want to see what it is? It's good to see you, Ano. Here, I'll show you. There's one item between the igloo and the summer items that is the most iconic thing ever. All right. Dude, get this trash out of here. Here it is. I present to you the pot of chowder. So this pot of chowder is one of the coolest items in the game. This pot of chowder. Now you can only get this chowder, all right, you can only get this chowder item by doing the igloo stuff. Let's see if we can find winter campers. Here we go. So you can only get this, and this is the chowder pot in the game. So it's a smaller version of this. And the thing that you have to understand is that the pot bubbles, and it has like a bubbly soup kind of vibe, and it's warm and cozy. And this is like the rarest item for sure. The best of the rare items in the game is you can get this pot and you can put it in your living room and you can flex. Yeah, the chowder. That's the best item you can get from all the campers in the game for sure. Have you ever gotten it before? I own it on the GameCube version. I own it on the GameCube edition of my official physical GameCube edition. I have it. Yeah. All right, let's go. Let's see what our debt's at. Repay loan. 400,000. Woo-hoo-wee! Dang. All right, 50 G's. Let's just go to 80. All right, 320,000. 320,000. So what you're saying is we play this game till we get pot. That is what I said without saying it, but I definitely said true. Yo, I hope you're doing well, Aelith Zana. Take it easy today, all right? Happy Saturday. What is the late morning, early afternoon squad getting into today? How is everybody? What is the vibe today? Happy Saturday. Happy Saturday here. Oh, you know what? We never got our glasses case for Derwin. Who did Derwin want the glasses case from?
Squirtle, squirtle, squirtle.
Blessed to be here, H-Day Cuddle.
The vibe is DDV dailies. Yeah, there is playable SNES games. Yeah, correct. Why didn't you name your cat Tingy? Just because she wasn't an orange tabby. I probably would have if she was an orange tabby. Let's go see. I might have a SNES game. I might have a NES game. I don't think I have one on this save file, unfortunately. I'd have to show you guys my real save file and bust out the GameCube. We've done that on stream. I don't think I was able to get my hands on one because I didn't log in for Christmas, and you usually get your first game console from Christmas in this game. Yeah, I don't think I got one on the save. Yeah, I don't. I do have a Super Tortimer, though. So Super Tortimer is an April Fool's item. Super Tortimer is an April Fool's item. It's a fake NES game. It doesn't work like an NES game does, but it's fake. It's called Super Tortimer, and it's a meme. It's instead of Super Mario, it's Super Tortimer. Or April Fool, Super Tortimer isn't a NES game. So like I do have some Super Tortimer in here, but I don't actually have one that works. There are working NES games. Valheim will run on my PC. Dude, nice. I'm thinking about playing that game for the first time here as well. First time listening to you on headphones, it's a wildly different experience. Headphones definitely are what I designed my stream around. This game is not on Switch. What's up, Mark Montague? It is not on Switch. You would have to play this on emulator or the original GameCube or Wii. All right, let's go ahead and find... Who were we supposed to get that glasses case from? I don't remember. What's up? A friend told me that I look like you the other day. Seems like I've been influenced by you without realizing it. Oh, I want you to pick out my favorite or my new catchphrase. Let me do it. I want it to sound delicious. It'd be nice if it was cool too. Okay, delicious and cool. Sounds like you want... That's your birthday twin, Rex. Delicious and cool. What do we make this catchphrase say? What do we Two Leos. Ice cream. There's something there. I'm looking for a pun in my mind. Dank. I do like dank. I do like the word dank. I'm not gonna lie. I do like that one. All right, let's go with it. Thanks, Dank. Not only is it delicious, but it's also cool. Dank. Oh, we forgot to buy a shovel for the shiny spot. Let's go do that real quick. Let's go do that right quick. See if we can get lucky enough. The last shovel spot that I tried to grow did not work. Unfortunately, it died, which is tragic. Bum 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 bum. No, he's not selling a shovel today. Wow, what a scum. All right, I might be able to find one. I might be able to find one somewhere else. I might have one stashed. Can't believe it's been 15 months already. Other store an item. I don't have any regular shovels laying around. Dang, I guess I don't get to do a shiny spot today. This sucks. Okay, well. Okay, welp. Yeah, thank you for 15 months exhaustion. I think that one slid past me. It's good to see you, dude. 15 is insane. Time flies, though. It for sure just slips on by. Message of the week. Writing is hard. What do you take me for, a creative? Must have been Camel Frog. So, how'd you make out in the first week of the fishing tourney? Good? Bad? Catch a lunker? Catch a boot? Catch a cold? See you next Sunday. Looks like Chevra. Oh, we haven't said hi to Chevra in a while. Message of the week. She sells seashells by the seashore. Me? I'd pick them up for free. Oh, dang, we missed the cherry blossoms in April. Reminds me of Spaceballs. What up, streakers? 180 is an insano streak. Thank you. Thanks for tuning in, dude. Bum, 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 bum. All right, well, we got to say good morning to Camo Frog. We can't just walk past his house. We got to say hi to the old curmudgeon. That's how you know you're walking into Camo Frog's pad. Oh, he's trying to leave. No, maybe not. Hello there, stranger. When was the last time I saw you? About 2 months ago, huh? And you didn't come to say hello even once, did you? You shall pay for this. Whoa, calm down. Just joking. Calm down. I couldn't care less. Gar, I slay me. What a boomer thing to say. I slay me. Hey, why are you even talking to me? What's up? Can I help you? You're looking to help me out, eh? Well, in that case, I need you to go to Robin's place for me. I lent my Pokemon Pikachu to Robin, my Pokemon Pikachu to Robin some time ago, but now I need it back for personal reasons. So, will you get it for me? Leave it to me. What? Why is he screaming at me? If you're going to do this, then get going. Why is he screaming at me? Why is he screaming? What? Hey, do you know about Todakeki? Yeah, I know that. Yeah. You know, the dog-faced guy with the guitar? On Saturday nights, he just pops up by the train station and starts belting out songs for whoever will listen. His music always gets to me. Here, I am, totally happy, and then he plays a sad song. What a killjoy. What? He's outside? How did you teleport? What the fuck? All right. Let's go figure out who's got the case of the missing glasses case. Boom. Dude, I'm so happy we got a special item. All right, Chevra lives this way. So does Blair. Let's go say hi to Chevra. Yeah, there's Pokemon Pikachu in this game. Oh, she's not home. Okay. What about Blair? Oh my, Hylian, it's been an age. Where on earth have you been for the past 3 months? It's rude to make me worry about you, Nutlet. Enough idle chit-chat. Did you need something from me? Yeah, what's up? Let's chat. Could I ask you for some advice? I'm thinking about going on a picnic with my boyfriend next week, and I thought I'd bring some raviolis and chocolate milk with us. What do you think? Is that a good combination? I mean, I guess if you're 12 in the schoolyard and you're, what? Sure. Do as you like. You meanie! You're only acting so casual because you're jealous. So why don't you just run along and play your childish games, you big baby? What, coming from the person who's eating a can of Chef Boyardee and a chalky milk? What do you? Yeah, that's right, because no one wants to play with you. I forgot, Nutlet. Oh, Chevra, hey. Good morning. Hey, wait a second. Do I know you? Yeah, we haven't met Chevra yet. Laba? I don't know. We haven't met. Well, I'm Chevra. Are you going to stand there all day, or are you going to tell me your name? Hylian? What a nice name. It has a pleasant ring to it. Pleased to meet you. She's a sweetheart. Look at her. Fancy running into you again. You're awfully busy for a rainy day. So you must have had some reason for coming to see me. Just hanging. Do you know the rules for the summer fishing tourney that's held every Sunday in June? Of course. I see. Well, if you forget the rules or something, you can always come and ask. Fishing only seems simple. It only seems simple. There's really a lot of depth to it, you know? Depth. Still, I have more than a few friends who do it quite well without even knowing the basics. Cute. Well, it's nice to meet Chevra. I can't believe we haven't said hi to her yet. She's such a cutie. Let's go say hi to Peaches, 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 Peaches. Well, hi, good morning. I think the last time I talked to you was something like 3 months ago. Well, I've grown up a lot since then, neighbor. So, what can I do for you? What's up? Oh, am I glad to see you? Would you take this garden stone from me? My house is completely full, so I was going to just dump it anyway. Oh, wow, thanks. What a sweetheart. What up, Nightshade? Yeah, you know, baby. I'm currently eating the adult version of that meal, tortellini and coffee. I like that. I like that. All right, let's see if we can get this pond skater. I think it might be a first-time catch. I caught a pond skater, and it was doing a triple toe axle. No, it was not our first catch. Unfortunate that we can't do... let's take a risk. Let's go for a money tree. We don't ever do this in this game. I rarely do this. I don't care for money trees because, like, there's a chance the tree just dies in this game. Unlike in New Horizons, in this game, it's a real gamble. And the more money you put in, the less likely it is to grow. So if you put in 1,000 bells, it's like I think it's like a 60+% chance to grow. If you put in 10,000 bells, it goes down to like a 30, I believe, something like that. If you put in 30,000 bells, it's like a 10% chance to grow, or so, you know, I'm just making these numbers up. I'm just trying to give you the idea. I don't actually know the numbers. And then I believe you can grow a 99,000 bell bag, but it's like a 1% chance to actually grow. Something real brutal like that. Again, I don't know the exact numbers, but like if you want to grow like a 99,000 bell bag, you're basically gambling like a big risk. So I learned growing up that money trees like aren't as worth it in this game. If you go anywhere past 10,000 bells, you'll likely lose your money. However, again, I don't even know if this is all from my player experience. the truth is that there's a lot of reasons why trees die in this game. And now that I'm saying it all out loud, all of that could just be wrong. And it could just be a matter of a chance for the tree to succeed or not. Because this game has what's called dead spots. All around this game, there are dead spots that are just not allowed to grow trees at all. They're like dead soil, like in real life. So sometimes when you plant a tree in this game, it just straight up doesn't work because of a dead spot. And there's actually some science you can do to discover all the dead spots in your island, I'm pretty sure. But anyways, that being said, my experience as a kid is one thing, but I don't know for sure if that's facts. I haven't looked into the code of the game, and I just wanted to make that clear. I'm not, you know, whatever. It's nice to experience that old nostalgia through your stream. I miss how risky older games of Animal Crossing were, like with the flower breeding and the money tree. Yeah, I agree, man. You know, older Animal Crossings really did kind of give you that feeling of risk and that real life kind of risk that you take when you do things, right? In real life, you know, you take risk all the time. It's just we don't always look at it that way. When you go buy some flowers, you're taking a risk that you're going to keep them alive. Think about it. You're risking your money. We take risk all the time in life, but we don't think about them in the terms of risk. Whereas Animal Crossing gets you to think about it in that way, and it's really fun. It's like, you know, sometimes in Animal Crossing, you're running around the game and you're risking your items getting stolen, you know? Like, I don't know. Anyways, I agree with what you're saying, and I think risky is like a really cool way to kind of word one of the many interactions you end up having in these older games. It's really, really charming. I do think that while I love all the quality of life that Animal Crossing brings to the table nowadays, stuff like flowers never dying really does take away from that risk that we just talked about. Stuff like trees never dying, like, right? Money trees cannot die in Animal Crossing New Horizons. You will always grow that tree. It's like the perfect example. It's like you never have to stress out growing money trees. And that was like a part of the experience back in the day, you know? It wasn't just guaranteed. Sometimes life slapped you in the face and you just had to deal with it, you know? Ah, frick. Yo, JD, thank you for the gifted sub to Lester. Bringing them in and badging them up and bringing them in. And welcome back, Bucky's Gal. Good to see you back in here. Yo, Bucky's Gal, what's your name in Discord by chance? If you don't mind me asking. Thank you so much for the gifted, man. Pocopia ruined my cozy gaming. Now I don't want to pick things up one by one. I want to suck everything up. That's so funny. Pocopia spoiled you. They also made the cranky villagers a lot nicer, right? Yeah. Do 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 do. What up, Princess Fireball? Welcome to the show today. Good morning. Daily check-ins. You're always welcome to just kick back and relax. I will say good morning to you, but I don't expect you to reply. It's a form of lurking. You've been playing nonstop Pocopia? Dude, I took a little bit of a breather, but we've been playing like one day a week or so. And as we said yesterday, we'll probably start ramping up some more Pocopia as the summer progresses. For sure. I'm still knee deep in wading through my designing ambitions, and it's been fun. Yeah, the snooty villagers were extra snooties. The snozberries tasted like snozberries. The crankies were extra cranky. You know, it definitely was an experience. For sure. Boom, 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 boom. All right, we could try to catch some bees, but I think I'm gonna avoid being stung today. Oh, hey, Peanut. Hey, morning. It's been like so long since we've seen each other, but you still look as gloomy as last time. Oh. Yo, what's up? Care to chat? There's no shopping mall here in Hyrule, is there? This town would be so much cooler if there was one, but don't you think, Slacker? You know it. Don't you think? It would be so cool if we had a huge shopping mall. Listen, Hylian, I don't care if you have to sell your house to do it, but just build me a shopping mall. I'll get right on that. Okay. Yeah, I like Peanut a lot. Peanut's cute. That's what I hate about making a flower garden, because I already know I have a 1% survival rate in my hands because I can't keep them alive. I feel you. Oh, she's not home. Where are you at, Robin? I have played a bunch of Katamari on stream, yeah. Some of those VODs need to be released because it's a lot of old stuff, but I just played Katamari, We Heart Katamari. I just played We Heart Katamari for an Adult Swim maybe within the past 6 months. So it might even be on YouTube. Here, let me check for you. But I have played a lot of Katamari. So to give you a little bit of history, Meg, Katamari was actually one of the first games I ever played on my channel. So back in 2019, I had this segment that I called Adult Swim. And the first ever Adult Swim game was me drinking some alcohol, eating some pizza, and playing Katamari. And it just got progressively goofier and goofier and more unhinged. And it was a lot of fun. And this was literally like my 7th stream ever. Like, you guys understand, like, this is like one of my first ever streams. And I dropped Katamari on the chat and we had a blast. And since then, it's become a tradition. And every once in a while, we rotate Katamari into the schedule just for funsies. So here you go. I have, we played Katamari during my 6-year anniversary. And, I can link it for you right here. And this was a Katamari Damacy reroll. And then that was a year ago. And then here is 6 months ago, Once Upon a Katamari. They just dropped a brand new game. And we did an Adult Swim of Once Upon a Katamari. So there you go. There's some Katamari gameplay from your boy. Maintaining a cool aesthetic is a must. You must take notes, the prince. You're just trying to get Jane to let you get some. What am I talking about? Anyways, yeah. So there's some VODs. I have more though. I have a bunch of Katamari I can release. I have more too. What's up, Napping? Good to see you today. Yeah, I love Katamari, dude. I'm a big fan. Yeah, we're still doing Adult Swims here or there. Yeah, Nightshade. Like I said, I think our last Adult Swim was the one I just linked. And it was just Katamari and relaxing. And I leaked to the chat the other day that I'm currently planning our first ever official sandwich stream. So this isn't going to be an Adult Swim, but instead of drinking alcohol, I'm going to ingest sandwich material. And then I'm going to show up on stream and I'm going to play probably Katamari, just like baked. So I don't like smoke a lot nowadays. So it's something that is extra special because it would be even crazier because like I'm going to be like out of my gourd. And we've done one little sandwich stream that was like not planned, not scheduled, and it was kind of a test run. And now I'm kind of going through what it would look like to do an official one and how to make it really fun and entertaining for all of you. And I'll just leave it at that. So for those of you that sounds fun to, I am working on a little bit of something in that realm. So that might not be for a while though. I would like to just do a regular Adult Swim night here soon with some video game music requests and, you know, a multiplayer game of our choice, probably some Mario Party, maybe some kart. So that's on the docket first. Yeah, we talked about Simpsons Hit and Run last week. Bum, 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 bum. The notebook with the pen is cute. Yeah, they have a bunch of different ones you can get for your diary. So they're all the same, like, diary, but you can get a bunch of different forms of them. Here, let me go to... Let me see if I have any in my catalog for you to look at. This save file, I haven't been, like, buying everything like I normally would. I've just been having fun. But... they would actually be... They're gonna be under... furniture. Dude, the stone table looks sick. They're gonna be on a... Oh, yeah, see, the college rule... You know, I haven't bought any for... Sorry, yeah, I haven't bought any. Usually I'll buy everything I see because I like to try to fill my collection up, but this save file, I haven't been taking that serious because we loaded up Deluxe Edition on a whim. I didn't realize I was going to fall in love with it the way I have. And I consider my physical copy of Animal Crossing to be like my official save file that I'm still playing on stream, but we haven't in like a year and a half because I've been playing this one. So as much as I love Deluxe Edition, I've never intended this to be like my main save file. Oh, you know, I forgot. Player swap sign. What is this? Boom, 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 boom. I just remembered I have Taco Bell in the fridge. Got late last night for the B-Day. Yeah, wait, what's going on with your birthday, Toad? Did we miss your birthday? Did we celebrate? What's going on with that? Happy birthday again. Yeah, did we give you some love in the chat? Hopefully. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, it's this. I've never seen this before. This is definitely an item that got backported. What a goofy item. Yeah, Toad's holding out on us. What's going on with this birthday stuff? You and your hubby? It was yesterday. I didn't say anything. Me and the hub share one. What the heck? You think you're allowed to just not say something about your birthday in my chat? Now we're gonna have to hit you with the best birthday song ever. You did this. You brought this upon yourself. This is punishment. Whoa, whoa, this is your birthday song. Celebration all night long. May all your dreams come true. Happy birthday to you. Yeah, happy birthday to Toad and Toad's smelly hubby. You brought this onto yourself. Don't just accept it. This is why I hid in the corner. No hiding from us. To you, and may all your dreams come true. Sing happy birthday to you, and may all your dreams come true. Happy, happy birthday. Whoa, this is your birthday song. Whoa, whoa, celebration all night long. I wonder how many people are like, get me the fuck out of here. Everyone's leaving the stream left and right. Please make sure you throw away the popcorn at the exit. There you go, baby. There you go, baby. Oh, Rob. Sing happy birthday to you. Well, may all your dreams come true. You ready? She's about to start yelping. You ready for it? It's coming. You guys aren't ready. She's about to go in. The pipes are coming. The pipes are coming. Here they come. Happy birthday! My neighbors are probably like, what the hell? I thought that dude lived alone. My neighbor's like, I didn't see anybody go in the house. Is that dude alone up there? And may all your dreams come true. All right, happy birthday, Toad. Happy birthday. Everyone deserves to be a little bit embarrassed on their birthday. A little rosy cheeks, face cheeks. Everyone deserves a little bit of embarrassment on their birthday. That was for you. Thank you for the subscription, Brandy. Appreciate that on YouTube. Thank you. Thank you again, JD, for the gifted. Everyone deserves to be a little embarrassed on their birthday. Otherwise, what's the point, dude? What's the point, dude? What do we get for doing this? Some clothes. A snow cone shirt. Wow, I love it. Let's put the tropical shirt back here. Nice. Cherry flavored. Gotta specify face cheeks in this chat? Yeah. Plus, I don't want to make things weird. Your rosy bottom is between you and yourself. Don't... Yeah, you know, keep that to you. That's TMI. I don't need to know about the other cheeks being rosy. Definitely accomplished that, even though I'm alone in the room. I didn't think that was possible. Yep, that's the power of how bad that song is. That's why I only bust that song out occasionally, because it has the power to embarrass people who aren't even having a birthday. You all can't tell me that you didn't just cringe out of your soul into the atmosphere by that song playing in your ears. I'm sure some of you were wincing. I'm sure some of you are on the floor right now trying to collect your breath. You lost your posture. It was so cringe. That's why it's the best birthday song ever, and that's why we bust it out for special occasions. It's the best birthday song ever. It's guaranteed to make you cringe out of your mind. It's Yep. Yo, what's up, Junior Mafia, by the way? Good to see you. It was low-key a jam. I'll be the one to say it. Neighbors saw one silhouette like what? Anyways, welcome to my show here. If you're still around after that, if you stuck around after that and you're new here and you stuck around after that, welcome home. Welcome home. Where else would you be? This is obviously where you belong on the internet. Welcome. Welcome. Jump in the chat and sound off. I'd love to hear from you. Welcome home. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. Will you show us your OG town someday? Yeah, sure. Tangy moved out of my OG town into my second physical memory card town. It's funny. There's a lot of history with the town that you're talking about. Yeah. So I have two memory cards, and Tangy moved from one to the other. So I have to go visit my other town if I want to visit Tangy. It's a whole thing. All right, let's drop off these. How do you Isn't there like a quick transfer button? Yeah, it's L. And then that's quick grab. I thought there was a quick transfer. I guess it's just store. Yeah. Yeah, I just turned in for the first time today. Yeah, and you probably just tuned right back out, I'm sure. It was like that meme. This was Town of today. You guys ready? Hold on. This was Town of today. I love this meme so much because I love cat dog. This was Talnov. this was Talnov. Homie was like, hey, homie was like, What up, Raised by Hypocrites, dude? I love that meme so much. That meme is like actually so good. Also, good morning, Taco. It's good to see you. That was almost me. What up, Mitzi Lee? Yeah, a little bit too much stank on that energy for the morning. I understand. It's Saturday morning. Y'all didn't tune in for birthday songs, all right? I get it. Y'all are just jealous that your boys got pipes. You're just jealous that I'm out here killing it, and I'm killing it. Yeah, don't even be jealous. I was blessed with these pipes. You know, it is what it is. I've actually been here since I woke up. Yeah. Good to see you, dude. Good morning. Your singing is what made it worth staying. Oh, so the best birthday song ever was only actually bearable because I sang over it. Oh, I see. I didn't realize that. Sick. I'll take that as a compliment. Good morning, Pastel. What up, weirdo girl? Good to see you today. All right. We turned in the glasses cases for Derwin. Yeah. It's 12 noon. I don't think Tangy goes to lunch until 1. You know you're pretty gutsy running around in the rain. Dang, no work for Tangy today. She's being a punk. Let's go ahead and grab ourselves an umbrella. I love the spin effect of the umbrella. I used to sit around and just do this all day. I just run around my house just doing this. It's the little things. It's the little things. Enjoy your D&D campaign today, man. I've been thinking a lot about D&D. We talked a bunch about it the past couple days, and I miss D&D. Ba-boom, boom, ba-boom, ba-boom, boom, boom, ba-boom, boom, boom, ba-boom, boom. Give me just a moment, chat. All right. Beep, 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 beep. I don't usually text and drive, if you will, but today is an exception. I need to send a message out real quick. Boom, 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 boom. Dude, I've been watching some competitive Pokemon. I'm happy that Pokemon Champions is finally officially a part of the competitive scene. I've been watching a good amount of Champions comp, seeing some fun stuff that people do in that game. Is it just me, or does it rain a lot on Saturdays? They used to say that was because of pollution. Right? As a kid growing up, I remember they said that everyone's commuting throughout the whole week. So pollution builds up in the sky over Monday through Friday, and then it all dumps on us over the weekend. And that was like the rough explanation of why it always felt like it was raining on the weekends. Anybody remember that from school? I swear that's what they told me in science class. That it was like all the commuting throughout the week was like the problem. Boom, 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 boom. I wonder if that's actually a thing. You love watching Pokemon VGC? Do you, Beth Chu? I watch a lot of VGC, yeah. It's actually currently my favorite sport to watch. So I always have like different sports I watch, but they're mostly video games, like Super Smash Brothers Melee, Super Smash Brothers Ultimate, Pokemon. I'll watch occasional like Counter-Strike tournaments. And then every once in a while, I'll watch some baseball or something. And VGC is my go-to like sport that I watch. Like the other day I had it on the TV and my girl was on the phone and she's like, "What are you watching?" And I started laughing because from her perspective, it was like, "Oh my God, and the Gengar came out and the Gengar is still standing. This is insane. He used the Nightshade attack and the Pikachu. Oh, and let's not forget about the dragon." And it's like this epic, it's like I'm watching FIFA, but it's like Pokemon. So she was like, "What are you watching?" And I'm like, "It's Pokemon VGC." And I'm like, "You wouldn't even know it was Pokemon, would you?" And she's like, "No way." Like they were so hype. Like they were like popping off. They're like, "And the Gengar!" Question mark block sick. Not sure if I remember being told that. For us, it was Acid Rain Horror Stories, and I never saw that happen. I know that the same. They just tried to scare us growing up, right? They were like, "Ooh, Acid Rain," and "Ooh, you're never gonna have a calculator in your pocket to do math, so you better learn how to do long division." Ooh. Yeah, let me tell you what I had to say to my third grade teacher. You. Ooh. Watching the Worlds for me is like watching the Super Bowl. Yeah, the Worlds is so cool. And the Bermuda Triangle, yeah. Ooh, you're never gonna have a calculator in your pocket. You gotta learn how to do real math. Ooh, like, get out of here, dude. I still don't know how to do math. Shut up. Yo, what up, Artifice Nations? Dang it, dude. We can do this. Got it. GG's. Yo, you trying to play it? You trying to play some ball? All right, hold on. Let me set up the court real quick. All right, let me set up the court. All right, here's the rules. No cliff shots. No cliff shots, all right? No cliff shots. All right, we're going to put one goal up here. All right, and then one goal down here. Yo, back up. All right, we're going to go with a small court here because we got to be careful. We're by the cliffs. All right, you ready? All right, who's going to score first? Let's go. Who's going to score first? Let's go. Dude, you suck. That was easy, man. You didn't even try to defend it. Whatever, old man. I'm out of here. He just Daria'd me. He was just like, he just put up his hand. Was just like, oh, I missed it. Okay, thanks. I love using Daria as a verb. When you Daria something is when you fake effort. When you fake an amount of effort that's exaggerated and it's obvious that you're faking it. You Daria'd it. Like, dang, you Daria'd that. Because that show stuck with me growing up. So Dariaing something is saying you'll do something and then just doing it with the least amount of effort possible, right? That's the excuse I use in the bedroom. When she's like, dang, that's all you got? And I'm like, sorry, I dariated it. Sorry, I dariated it. A bully in middle school called me Daria because I was bad at volleyball. What a dick. Bro. Highly and no. What, man? I still had my daughter complete the cursive book at home. They sent one in her private school because it wasn't mandatory. I think that's cool. I think cursive is a super cool thing to learn. I also think learning how to do math is also super important, jokes aside. Long division might have been one that they didn't really have to bestow on us. Not unless you like were really trying to pursue like math as a career. But I do think like general algebra, I do think that that's like a baseline knowledge for everybody. Understanding just like base algebra, I think is really important. I wouldn't even say you have to go any further. I don't think you really need to know geometry, but geometry is actually a really like philosophical subject that I think is really important to like just kind of understanding stuff like the Pythagorean theorem and stuff is like just all interesting. And I think it's more like you should know this for philosophical reasons. You don't necessarily need to know what a rhombus is to get through life. That all being said, I do think that baseline math is still pretty important, you know, like jokes aside. I think multiplication tables, you know, and like all that stuff that's like second, third grade, I think all that stuff's still very important. But once you get past that and you get to like what we did algebra 1 in 9th grade, I think that's where like the need for maths tapers off. Like after you finish algebra 1, it's like, whatever, dude. Like we have calculators in our pockets. It's like, whatever. Right, but I think anything before algebra or down, I think is actually should be mandatory. Because I think that that's just basic stuff that everyone should know. Geometry is important if you do anything with building. Yeah, very true, right? So I am happy that I learned the basics. But I'm far from a math whiz. However, I could wrap my head around math if somebody presented it to me in a way. Right? Like if somebody like actually sat me down and was like, I'm going to teach you, you know, how to do some of the toughest equations of all time, I could learn it. Because my brain has the capacity of learning anything. I can wrap my head around anything. I've wrapped my head around some of the most esoteric concepts in the human existence. Stuff that like existential stuff, right? So I'm very confident that like, because once you get to like the high end of math, the line gets blurred between like, there's like esoteric math, stuff that's like theoretical math, and then you have like math that you actually apply to real life. And there's sometimes some blurred lines there. So like there's a lot of theoretical stuff out there and goofy stuff and stuff that it's more about you being able to wrap your head around it than it is about doing equations. So if you have the capacity to wrap your head around real deep, intricate, philosophical style conversations, you basically are guaranteed to be able to do math. Like high-end math, because like it's just about your capacity to wrap your head around it. That's the part that most people, when they say they don't like math, or rather they're not good at math, it's because they are struggling to like wrap their head around the concepts being presented. You see, that's actually not the hard part for me personally. The hard part is like taking the time and the dedication to learn this stuff so I can repeat it in practice. That's where I'm like, whatever. I don't want to like sit there and learn. I'm like, whatever about it. But yeah, I think as far as like the capacity to like understand math, I think I'm very strong in that department. Yeah, I could be good at math. I'm just lazy. Yeah, I would say the same thing, except I don't know for sure. But I would say I could be good at math. I'm just lazy, versus saying I am good at math. I don't know how good at math I am. I'll be honest, but I could be. I just joined and was confused for a second. We're talking high-end math, all right? Yeah, I was just sharing my thoughts about like math in general and how like it's actually not that scary if you can wrap your head around it conceptually. math gets put as this big boogeyman, but what stops you from like understanding math has nothing to do with your capabilities and your education. A lot of it has to do with your ability to think clearly and like solve problems. It's like a different side of your brain. It's about your ability to like wrap your head around, again, I'll use that, I'm overusing it, but your ability to kind of wrap your head around what's happening. If you can do that, you're fine. Like, that's math. That's literally all math is. It's not actually this like scary thing that only the smartest people in the world can understand. Like, no, not at all. You know, I've had some like math theory presented to me, and while I'm completely lost watching them write the equations, once it's explained to me, I'm fine. I might not understand all the scribblings on the chalkboard. I don't know what all these numbers and all these things mean, but if you just explain to me what you're solving and how you're going about it and like the systems you're using, I'm right there. I'm like, oh, okay, I get it. So it's weird. It's really interesting. I find that math is one of those boogeymen that aren't actually that bad if you have the capacity to wrap your head around it. Yeah. I started learning calculus in 6th grade. I'd say I'm good at math, but I'm not good at doing it fast. Yeah, that's fine. I'm a pretty slow moving guy myself, so I can see that. Yeah, talking about high math. Well, the reason I even know anything about math is because I'm a science buff. I'm a science and space buff, and in order to understand some of the really interesting and intricate philosophies about the universe and stuff, then that all requires like a basic understanding of like math. Like, once you realize that all of our knowledge about the universe has been discovered through math, it's about taking something and proving something using an equation. Math is just a tool. Picture math as a hammer. And you go around with this hammer and you pluck nails out from the universe and you hammer different nails in, and you sit there and you manipulate and you structure things in a way where you can prove things by doing it over and over again. So at some point, you take this hammer and you're able to create something where you say, wait a second, this is undoubtedly proving that if I present this, you know, in a way, it's proving that this other thing is happening. And that's all math is. Math is just like a tool, no different than a saw or a hammer that is used to help us better understand the world around us. You know, I just had this conversation with my buddy the other day. I have a buddy that's like real spiritual, and we were talking about how, like, you know, basically the comment, like, math isn't real in that sense. It's like a thing that humans kind of created. And I was like, that's true, because math is just a tool. It's literally just a toolbox of useful things that we use to tinker with things around us to figure out how stuff works. Like, if you break down math down to its basic thing, that's what it is. It's a literal tool. It's used to help us understand things. It's no different than like taking a telescope to get a closer look at something in the distance. No different. Math just allows us to break stuff down in a way where we can prove that, like, oh, okay, well, you know, this is how gravity works. Well, how do we know why gravity works? Well, because we take math and we force different equations and different trial and error until undoubtedly all of a sudden gravity was proved. You know, it wasn't just like, gravity wasn't conceptually made up by somebody. Gravity was discovered through math. It was and then all of a sudden this thing was like there, and it kept happening. And they were like, what? Like, why is this keep happening? Like, what is this? And then they slowly but surely leaned into it, and it turned into gravity. It was like, wow, this is a thing that is a rule that I can prove using numbers. once you break down math as a tool, it's really interesting. It's nothing more than that, you know. It's a way for us to better understand. It's a language that we created to better understand the stuff around us. And it's no different than a hammer. Hammers may be a bad example, but either way, it's like no different than any other tool we would use to like research something, to like discover something around us, to scour the land. I guess a telescope might be a better analogy. That's real interesting, but I have a love for math and science because I think that there's a misunderstanding around math and science. I think a lot of people look at math and science as this like thing that's trying to tell you what's real and what's not. That's not like what math and science is doing. Math and science is doing nothing but using like the tools to like show that things happen if you do certain things. Like if I push this button, this thing always happens. Interesting. Why? So like science has never been like a replacement for religion. Science is never meant to disprove, for example, like gods. And I think that some people think that here, even today, people probably think, oh, well, science is basically saying that like baby Jesus isn't real. No, science has never once said that. Science has never once said outright that like a God doesn't exist. It doesn't say that. It all it does is it can be applied alongside that stuff because it's really just another theory. It's really just another way of understanding things. And because we have this tool that, you know, whether we created it or not is a whole nother discussion, you know, that we use to just understand things, you know? So I find it funny because I think there are some people out there that think that science is like this tool that's used to like talk down on religion and stuff. Dude, that's not. Talk to any real scientist, and the first thing they'll tell you is what I just said. That science was never presented in a way to disprove anything. Science, if anything, is a series of disproving itself in order to further understand stuff. You know, no scientist says like, oh, gravity's the law. No, they say gravity's this thing that we feel like is a glue that holds things together. But at any point, a real scientist is ready for gravity to be disproven because that's how science works. It's always forever disproving itself. So it's like a real scientist is never going to look at you in the eyes and be like, baby Jesus ain't real. That's not how that works. Scientists don't think that way. They say, according to my proof, the universe was created in a certain way. And that I have proof to support that. And if you're willing to engage with proof to support your theory on the universe, and then we can have a discussion and we can talk about it. But it's never been like, oh, this is wrong. Like, that's not how science has ever worked, you know? So I find it really interesting. I'm a big guy when it comes to this science stuff and space. It's pretty fun. Yeah, you can't prove negative, so science never says something doesn't exist. Bingo. Yeah, this is the Deluxe mod. Exclamation point Deluxe if you want more info. Good morning, Band Slam. I like to think that religion can happen and science is how it happens. Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot. Especially because, you know, I grew up in a religious household, so I had to struggle with these thoughts throughout my whole life. You know, like on one hand, I had everyone in my life telling me that this is how things were and how the universe came to be. But then I had science and school and math telling me otherwise. And I had to make the decision for myself. And the decision I came to was that nobody was right and that everyone was just trying to figure it all out. And some people would prefer to just believe that things are one way and they don't want to go any further with the thoughts. That's fine. Some people are just like, yeah, this guy created everything, done. I don't have to think about it. Well, some of us like to think about it. And it doesn't mean that we're being blasphemous. We just like to think about it. That's it. And that's science. We just like to think about it. Like, are we sure that that's how things are gone? And some of us are willing to spend our whole lifetime tackling these questions, never to find an answer. And some people are just okay with saying, somebody created everything, it's over, done. Conversation's over, I'm out. And that's just your choice. You know, you can think about whatever you want, you know, but for me as like a scientist, when I was very young, I decided that I wanted to think more about the universe. I wanted to find more understanding, and I never once dismissed religion, but I was always skeptical that it was like the sole answer and that there had to be maybe more. You know what I mean? Yo, enjoy your Lurkham Labs. Everyone's opinion is correct to themselves. Right. Now we're like, that line right there, Nightshade, almost goes into the idea of just like everyone's kind of in their own little universe. And like you just believe what you want kind of vibes, right? Now we're getting even further into that kind of esoteric. Now we're going deep. Like we already been deep, we're going deeper, right? About the idea, like really we're all just kind of living our own realities, and that somebody else's belief has no effect on your belief. Like, yeah, yeah. I mean, that's really what's going on, huh? Theology used to be considered the queen of sciences. That is to say, there is, even in that realm, discovery to be had by some means. Yeah, I agree with that. Heck yeah, heck yes. You know, weirdly enough, and let's not get too religious, just in case, you know, it might make some people uncomfortable, whatever. You know, I try to be fair to both teams. All right. But the other day I was in the shower, and of all shower thoughts, I was thinking about the old tale of Moses parting the sea. And I was like, I wonder if Moses really did that. And I started thinking about the logistics of it. And my brain first went to science. My brain was like, well, what if there was like a mega storm or something that just so happened to like be powerful enough to like split the sea, like a crazy hurricane or something. And I was like going through my mind and just kind of breaking down the story of the Red Sea and being parted, and like, you know, and I even went and tossed around the idea. I'm like, all right, well, let's just say Moses did have this power and he did have this ability. And like, you know, how would it work? What would it look like? What did he do? Did he have to meditate? Did he channel energy? Like, what did he do to account? Did he just put a stick in the ground and it just happened? And like, I was like really having fun thinking about this, like this event, you know, that has been told that happened. And it's real fun. It's real fun to just sit and think about. I don't know if that's a reductive view of life. I think that's a super realist view to life. I don't think that's reductive at all. Do you? Do you really think that that's reductive? Maybe you feel like it's reductive because of other people and what they would think about your opinion. But I'm going to tell you right now, that's literally life for me. We are just mortal coils, you know, wrapped up in human skin. I believe in the pale blue dot theory, that we are just mere creatures on a pale blue dot in a sea of a bajillion other planets and possibilities, and in all reality there's nothing special and it's all just kind of happening, and it's just like whatever. Yeah, like I'm kind of right there with you. Reductive as in a not very detailed. Okay, and that makes sense. I wasn't all the way sure exactly what reductive meant in this sense, even the full definition of the word. So thank you. I was genuinely asking. Yeah, not very detailed. So you're saying you have a simplified way of viewing life. That's what you're saying. It's a simplified and very pointed, and you don't think super deep into that kind of stuff. I'm on the rocks about that. On one hand, I like to think really deep about stuff, but I'm a realist, and if I had to share my view on like human existence, there's a big part of me that's like, I've always felt this way, that human existence is not anything deeper than just creatures who evolved, and that's it. And that there's no deepness, there's no consciousness, the way that we like try to think about it. I think consciousness is no more important or different than like those, you know, our instincts that are ingrained in us to like run, fight or flight. I don't think consciousness is any deeper than that. It's just another part of our brain that creates feelings and stuff during certain situations. That is like a belief I have. But there is a part of me that's like, there is a part of me that has fun toying around with the idea that, like, this is like one of many rides that we'll go through. And like here's my favorite theory on human existence. You ready? It's from the late Carl Sagan himself. We are the universe's way of seeing and knowing itself. No more, no less. We are star stuff. And I think my strongest belief as a person is right there. I just think that we are just all a part of the universe itself, and we are just the way for the universe to know itself. That's it. That's as deep as it goes. And you could take that comment and go real deep with it if you want. And that's fun. That's a ride. But I think that's right there is just stop, pause. That is how I feel about human existence. We are the way the universe can know itself. And through happenstance and chemical reactions, here we are. And we're looking back at the universe as the universe. It's all intrinsic. It's all connected. And that's just how I've always felt. Done. Like, that's it. That's life. It's not deeper. There's not meaning. It's just, we are just the universe looking at itself and knowing itself and just going, wow, look at this. I don't know. Again, you could go real deep, but like, you don't have to. And that's my favorite Carl Sagan quote. And it's stuck with me my whole life, dude. I love Carl Sagan. He's one of my personal heroes for sure. So it's fun. It's cool to get your perspective, little ham. I've met a lot of people who don't prefer to think of things outside of like more simplification. And I think for some of us, that's comforting. I think simplifying things can be like really comforting and like kind of let you step away from like going maybe over some form of like deep end where you're like caught in existential and feeling dread even, right? I think for some people it's a defense mechanism, or it's just the way that they choose to navigate where they're not like trying to think about it too hard, you know? And that's where I think religion is really important to society, because I think religion gives people an easy answer. Right? I think religion gives some people a super easy answer, where instead of sitting here and going like, oh, like, do we even have a purpose? You can just be like, this entity gave me purpose. I'm only here because of them. Done. They are leading the path. I don't have to make decisions. It's already all decided. And the balloon is in the Twitch chat, right? Like I think that's why religion is important, because I think for some people that's like a simple and comforting way to explain existence. And I would never take that away from anybody, you know? That's cool. I think that's rad. I think that's an interesting take on things, you know? I'm picking up. All right, we got Camafrog's loot. I woke up from an extra dimensional nap. With the way that we've been talking, sure, I believe that. It's not necessarily that I don't want to think about it, because I'm genuinely curious, but at the end of the day, yeah. Some things don't need to be analyzed, you know? So I'm an overanalyzer, and I like to overthink everything in life. And in my life recently, you know, somebody really close to me likes to remind me sometimes not to overthink. Like, in specific moments, we'll be sitting there and I'll talk about the stream and I'll be like, oh man, this really good thing happened on stream today and I'm so happy. And like, I think it probably happened because of this and because of this other thing. And I think and then they'll pause and they'll say, you know, Josh, like maybe you don't need to think about it that hard at all. Maybe just let it be. And that, I think, is super powerful. And that's exactly what you're kind of talking about there. It's not that you're not interested. It's just some things are okay left unthought about. Some things are okay left unanalyzed. Some things are just okay left just the way, just there it is. You know, like, I agree. I think there's something cool about that. And I'm learning how to do that more as a serial overthinker. It's nice sometimes to just be like, oh, this wonderful thing happened. Yeah, well, sometimes wonderful things happen. Instead of sitting there and thinking about 15 days prior and how I maybe could have led to this event, it's like, oh, well, no, it just, something happened. It's like, no more, no less, you know? I remember being really little and trying to imagine what would happen if I had never been born. That's so funny. When I was really little, I had an existential crisis in my grandma's living room about heaven not having video games. I remember I was sitting there and I'm looking at the Christmas tree and I just start crying. Like I'm flooding tears out of nowhere. And my grandma's like, what's wrong? What's going on? Are you okay? And I look over and I'm like, Grams. She's like, what? And I'm like, what if there's no video games in heaven? I don't want to go to heaven. That would stink. What's heaven gonna even be like? What if I can't play video games? And I'm like freaking out. I'm like genuinely like distraught and like existential crisising over this. And all I could think about was a life without video games. And I was so distraught, dude. And she calmed me down and she was like, you know, she did her explanation, which was it would be whatever I wanted it to be. And that was like how she was like, it's going to be whatever you want it to be. Just close your eyes and picture it. And it's what you want it to be. What did I close my eyes and picture? DZ Discovery Zone, but with video games. It was basically an arcade plus DZ Discovery Zone. That was my little kid heaven. DZ Discovery Zone, but also with arcades. That was like my heaven. And there was like a GameCube and like, well, I mean, GameCube hadn't been out at that point, so I guess it would have been like a 64 or something. Heaven for show. I don't know, man. Listen, DZ Discovery Zone was pretty grody. I'm not sure I want that to be my heaven, but maybe something similar, sure. I don't know if I want to go there. All those pee pants kids all over the place, rubbing their bums all over everything. Get out! What is this? A freaking Tom Green music video? I don't know about DZ Discovery Zone. That's funny, Planet Kitties. Hey, you're looking pretty happy. Doesn't the rain bother you? Why are you even talking to me? Detective Rach, 10 Hut. I heard I'm one of your favorite villagers. Well, I hate you too. No doubt about it. That's my Pokemon That's my Pokemon Pikachu. Thanks. You're a big help. Say, you write letters, don't you? Need some stationery? It sure would be nice if you wrote me or something. My bum is in your zone. My bum is in your zone. All right. Pokemon Pikachu was too real. Listen, I commit to the bit. I commit to the bit when I do my voice acting, all right? Yo, thanks for the follows coming in. I hope y'all enjoyed my existential moment this Saturday. That's what Animal Crossing GameCube does to me. It makes me just want to yap about the most wild things. We're just here for a good time, for a good yap session. This game always be getting me yapping about something. There's a bunch of VODs of me playing this game where it's like an hour and a half in the morning. And it's literally just an hour and a half of my character standing and me talking. And it's like, all right, let's go play the next game. it's like those VODs exist on YouTube. It's literally like an hour and a half of gameplay. And it's like, oh, Animal Crossing. But it's literally just me sitting and talking. And sometimes I feel bad because I'm like, imagine if you clicked on the stream and you were excited to see your favorite villagers and it's just my character and me talking. Like, sorry in advance. I do that, baby. Yo, good to see anybody rolling into the stream. What up, Pessimisaurus? The bait and switch. Good to see you, Pessimosaurus. I hope you're feeling good. I don't really want to shake trees. I'm hesitant. Talk to me. Yeah, I really wish Hyrule had maybe a shopping mall or something. Dang, what is up with all the talk about shopping malls in my town today? What's up with that? Is this Robin? Robin had 2 items from the rest of the town. I wonder if she has a job herself now. Maybe a 3rd, maybe a delivery. Sorry, I can't talk and texts at the same time, which is why I normally don't do text in the middle of the stream, because I have to think really, really, really hard about texts. It's a curse. It is what it is. Seeing if my buddies are getting together for some Smash Brothers tonight and some Magic. We haven't actually gotten together in weeks because the last time I went was like over a month ago. And then I had to cancel 1 week because I had a guest in town. Oh, did she not have a job? And then I don't think they got together for like weeks. I think everyone's just been busy, which is pretty shocking because this group is usually pretty dedicated to seeing each other like every other weekend. But I think everything went radio silent for like a month. I think everyone just got really caught up in life or something. So I texted this morning like, all right, I know you guys would text me if there were plans, but I'm starting to panic that I'm being left out of the circle. Can you just tell me, like, are there plans going on? I'm an overthinker, so please don't take it personal, but I'm starting to freak out a little bit that you guys just haven't been hitting me up because it's been like over a month. So like, are there plans? Like, what's going on? And he texted back like, yo, dude, actually, you know, our buddy Ray just put some feelers out and there might be some plans tonight. So I wasn't apparently the only one who was like thinking about the boys. So. Again, obviously they wouldn't do me that way, you know, at least not on purpose. But as an overthinker, man, you can't help but hit a point to where you're like, that's it. They hate me. They all hate me. The difference between an overthinker and a regular person is we jump to the they hate me point right away, whereas a regular person maybe thinks about it logically for a little bit longer. That's the difference. If you're a serial overthinker, you've already went through 18 scenarios of what you did wrong and why they don't like you before you even get like a chance to ask them like, oh, is everything chill? You've already tossed around in your mind like, oh, well, you know, I did say this thing and maybe they thought it was off-putting and maybe I smelled. Do I smell? Did I wash my butt the last time I went? Did I brush my teeth? When's the last time I flossed? Do they not like me because I haven't flossed? Like, did I do something wrong? Like, being an overthinker is brutal, dude. A lot of people don't understand, which is why I like to talk about it. Because I feel like the more we talk about it, the more people might understand what it feels like to be a person who has gone through 20 scenarios in the blink of an eye before you even like talk to a person. And you're just like, okay, this is how this is going to go. And you're just in your head tossing around these ideas. It's like, rereading the text you sent them, thinking of all the ways it could have been taken. Yeah. I just picked up the Super Nintendo's Brain Lord game. What is that? What is Brain Lord? PS2 Lego Indiana Jones. That's a classic. the OG Adventure, the Wii Lego Indiana Jones, the OG Adventure, and Indiana Jones 2. The Adventure Continues, and Lego Lord of the Rings, which came with a copy of Fellowship of the Rings movie. Where are you getting all this stuff? Were you at a retro market, dude? Also, Neanderthal, I didn't know you owned old consoles. It's a Zelda-style game? Dude, I didn't know that. What kind of consoles do you own around your house, man? I didn't know you owned a bunch of... I should have assumed. I know you're a pretty deep gamer, but I just didn't all the way realize that you owned a bunch of old stuff to be able to play all that stuff. That's cool. I'm starting to build up my retro lab. I have a Game Boy Advanced, an N64, a Super Nintendo, a 3DS, a Switch 1, a Switch 2. All right, but as far as retro stuff, I have Super Nintendo, GameCube, Game Boy Advanced, N64. I wouldn't count 3DS yet. Too soon. So yeah, I have 4 retro consoles. I'm working on getting more. I think that's it. Oh no, I have the Wii, so 5, and then the Wii U, which let's not count that retro quite yet. So 5 retro consoles. I'm working on building up my retro laboratory. You were at the Game Exchange. I own every console except for Xbox. I only have one Xbox. Oh, like one of the Xboxes. I see. Yeah, I would like to get an original Xbox. That would be cool. Bum, 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 bum. That would be super, super cool. Nice. Got ourselves some cash in our pocket. I still have my OG Christmas from when OG Nintendo from when I got it at Christmas the year it came out. Wow. I'm actually super jealous of anybody who managed to hold on to like their consoles growing up and stuff. Anybody else here have lifelong consoles? I wish, man. The closest thing I have is my original 2 brick Game Boys. And I left them at my mom's, and they're probably just gone. I have no faith that they're still there. Because, you know, we left on bad terms, and I'm sure that, like, my sister's boyfriend at the time probably raided my room for everything it had to offer, because he was just a mooch. So, unfortunately, I think I lost all of my old stuff. I had my Pokemon Blue as well. Oh. I would be very shocked if any of that stuff still exists. Not that I have any intentions of going to get it anyways. So, not at least right now. You have a Dreamcast? Dude, I'm thinking about buying a Dreamcast. Man. You're going to be jealous when I tell you I have my original gold copies of Zelda 1, 2, and OOT. I at least have one of those 3. Can you guess which one it is? It's OOT. I do have one of those 3, but boy, it's all scratched up. It ain't original, but it's nice. Yeah, I did a lot of trading as a kid as well. Frick, where was I going? I got distracted. I did a lot of trading as a kid as well, yeah. I left my original Game Boy at the repair shop in a is it in any way salvageable attempt, crossing my fingers. I forgot batteries in there a few years ago. That sucks. Battery acid damage. Oof. I'm holding out the best for you, bud. You have 2 PS2s, a silver slim and a black fat boy. I have a regular DS, a 3DS, and a few consoles that aren't old yet. Dude, I miss my Sega Genesis so much. I'd love to buy a Sega Genesis again. But you've recollected a mass over the years? Nice. Everyone's coming outside because lunch is over. Well, the people that were inside for lunch are going outside, and then people are going in for lunch at 1 p.m. So, for example, Tangy's gonna come outside or Tangy's gonna go inside for lunch here in a minute. I'll bet you a gifted sub that if I go sit in Tangy's house, she's gonna walk in the house at 1 p.m. Any takers? If I go sit in her house in 3 minutes, I am very confident that she's gonna walk in the house, even though I'm in here. Let's see if it happens. She's gonna pop in the pad. They had an OOT in a box, but a gray copy for $169. You know, the other day, my lady friend offered to buy me Animal Crossing GameCube, the collector's edition. Not Animal Crossing, sorry, brain. Zelda collector's edition. I used to own it. I bought Wind Waker at midnight release. They gave me Zelda Master Quest and Zelda Collector's Disc that had Majora's Mask, Ocarina of Time, Zelda 1, Zelda 2, and a Wind Waker demo. Nowadays, it goes anywhere between 75 and 150 bucks. And we were at the store and it was kind of cheap. And she was like, "You want me to buy it for you?" And I couldn't let her do it. I was like, "Nah, man, nah." So I was close to reclaiming that one from my childhood, but it's not time yet. It's not time. I'm so sad I sold that, dude. It's a rare item. I sold that bad boy. I got $100 for it. And this was like 10 years ago. I got like a bean for it. I was so shocked. I was in my early 20s, like $100. Not even. I think I sold that when I was like 17. Sheesh. What a bad decision. I still have my original SNES, N64 and PS1 from my childhood. They still work perfectly. Ah, okay, Maharit. Yeah, no worries, homie. 64, same difference. You got your Xbox 360. That's about it. I don't even know, man. I don't even know where I would start. I think I would start with the brick Xbox. I would want the old school brick boy. No, don't bite this, please. No cord biting just because you're getting pets. She does this thing where as I'm petting her, she likes to bite something. And she likes to like gnaw on something while I'm petting her. So I'm trying to train her to like gnaw on the toys that I've bought her instead of like anything dangling. I've actually taped one of her toys to my desk and I let it dangle like a cord and she's been using it. She'll use it. So she just likes something that's dangling in front of her. I'm about to buy her a chew toy. Look, nobody took the bet. What did I say? Exactly at 1 p.m. The babe has arrived. Both babes. One to my right and one here in the game. Hola, how's your day, Slurp? Oh, you didn't have to do that. Thank you, Alto, for the gifted. Got him. What's up, Cindy Alice? So, what's going on? Yo, need anything? Dang, she has no work for me today. Oh, no, she wants me to deliver the checkered shirt. Of course. So Midna has been doing this thing now where she likes to fight my hands. She likes to fight my hands a little bit and have some fun, but she hurts. Dude, I'm clawed up almost as bad as her vet visit. Oh, now she's making biscuits. She's probably gonna lay down here. Dude, she's been clawing me up, dude. And like, I'm at this point, I'm about to go buy like a welder's glove because I heard that like, if you purchase like a welder's glove and just like let her play with it, it'll keep you safe. Yeah, dude, she got me good, like multiple gashes, and she likes biting my hand. And at one point I had to pull away because I'm like, you're about to break skin. Like you think I'm a plaything, but I'm just a fleshy being, dude. She was about to break skin for sure. Now I know like when cats are in play mode, they do know how to hold back, I've read. So it's not like she's gonna go full on, but she was like 80% compared to 100. She was getting in. So I'm gonna buy her a new I'm gonna buy her a chew toy. She needs a chew toy for sure. I'm working on getting her a chew toy. I try to discourage that. Yeah, you know, I read online that you probably don't want to encourage them to like attack your hands because it's just not like a good practice, which I totally respect that, but I wanted to try it out and like have fun, and I instantly regret it. And now anytime she goes into play mode, I kind of back off. I'm like, no, 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 no. I'm not gonna let you attack my hands again, lady. These rope toys for chewing for my cat. Yeah, I think she needs something like she can sink her teeth into a little bit. I don't know. She's being picky about chew stuff. She's being super picky. I tried Silvervine sticks. She doesn't like those. She's being mega picky about what she wants to chew. So I want to get a chew toy that I can put like a little catnip on the inside, and she has to kind of like work on trying to get it out or something. Either way, I think she needs something like more of a dog chew toy. Like something like that, like a silicone or whatever, like it's like a dog chew toy. And that, if you're kind of following what I'm saying, I think she needs, I think the texture she's looking for is softer and squishier. That's why I think she likes cables, like the plastic from a cable, a wire. That's the vibe I think she likes. She likes that like feeling, the feeling of like that squishy plastic basically. But she doesn't really chew on the rope stuff. I do have a couple little kicker ropes like you described, but the purple rope toys I sent you in Discord are usually a hit. I'm actually working on trying those. Thank you again, Planet Kitties. That's in my next cart for her. I have to be careful I don't buy too much, but that's in my next cart for her. So I was recommended a Kong. I don't remember what it is off the top of my head, but yeah, I was recommended a Kong. Yeah, yes, I was recommended one of these. It's like this cat toy and it dispenses treats. So it's like a puzzle. This is something that people have recommended online where it's an interactive enrichment toy where it's basically a puzzle that they have to figure out how to get the reward out of. And it gives them good stimulation and it enriches them and whatever, you know, all the buzzwords. Yeah, I've seen these types of toys and that's what I kind of want. I think that would be really good for her, especially if she can bite it. I think that's the thing. I need something she can chew on. She's not as much of a biter, like a chewer, as I thought she was. Just a heads up to give you guys, like, I thought she was going around biting cords and cables all the time. No, she only does it when I'm petting her. When she has a certain, like, fixation where every once in a while, she's in the mood to gnaw on something. Just, and sometimes it's my hand or my finger. But that's it. Like and that's the only thing we need to solve. I need to figure out how to get something in her life so when she has that fixation, she can go and gnaw on that instead of my stuff. Yeah, that's the one. So she's not actually going around the house like biting cords. Like, thank goodness we have pretty much dismissed that. I'm still protecting my cords and tying stuff up and, you know, just to be sure, but at least she's not like eating random stuff off the floor. She doesn't have Pico. She's not necessarily biting cords randomly. It's always because of a certain tick or something. It's hard to describe. I don't know cats that well, but yeah. So as long as I can solve, that's all I really need to worry about solving. If I can get her used and trained to be using a toy for that gnawing fixation, we will be perfect. Like, you want to know her favorite thing to gnaw on is this right here. She effing loves this. She loves this part of this extension cable right here. It's the perfect size. It's plastic, and she just sits and like, I'm like, stop it. So I've just unplugged it and I just give it to her for now because there's like no real harm if it's not plugged in. It's like whatever, but it's not the best solution. And that's why I'm looking for another one. She loves that stupid thing. My orange cat is a hand biter too. She likes to play that way. So what I've been doing, Squid Sours, is she's taken to one of the rope toys and she'll sit there and she'll play with the rope toy like my hand. So when she goes in play mode and she wants to sit there and play with my hand and bite, I go and I grab the stick with this little stupid stuffed bug on it, and she'll lay there and she'll bat at it and bite it and claw at it, and she'll like play with it as I dangle it over her. So I'm so happy I did find a good solution for that, where she loves, like, that's a good alternative to my hand when she's in that mood, you know? So. Yeah, Planet Kitties. It seems like it's working somewhat. They sell a Kong brand spray. Yeah, I've looked a little bit into the spray stuff. I haven't taken the plunge on any bitterants yet or sprays to deter cables, but maybe one day I will. But again, thankfully, she doesn't necessarily need it. I'll be honest though, I'm okay with her biting a little bit. I know you're supposed to discourage it, but I kind of like playing with her, you know, like I don't mind a little bit of claws here and there, you know, kind of get in there, mess with her, battle her, wrestle her. So it is cute and it is fun, but it's like after a couple times where I was like almost bleeding, I'm like, okay, I don't know if this is a good idea. I don't know if my pain tolerance is low or if it just hurts, but it's not as fun as I thought it was. You know, I don't really know. I've never had a tattoo or anything, so I don't quite know what my pain tolerance is. I'd like to think it's average, but I don't know. You just need to have a wound stuff on hand. I do have a first aid kit, yeah. So it wasn't that bad. I haven't had to do any kind of Neosporin or anything, but yeah. And that's what I thought to myself, is I was like, in all reality, this is just a part of being a cat owner. So why not just embrace it and play with her and have fun sometimes? But only sometimes, because I don't want her to think that, you know, for example, if I have like a guest come over and go to pet her and then she's like, I don't know if it's just because she's comfortable with me. I'm not sure. My cat also needs to get the last laugh, so as soon as I turn around after playing, she bites my leg. That's so funny. I love little cat personalities. That's so funny. The Pokemon Center just released new pet stuff. I know, I'm so interested, but like I can't justify buying stuff for like a cat that I literally just brought her home and I bought all of this stuff. You know what I mean? Like I have cat beds. It's like I can't justify it yet. I'm too new of a cat owner to be loading up on stuff and she doesn't even use half of it, you know? So I'm holding off on the Pokemon stuff this time. I'm gonna skip it. Oh, exhaustion. I see what you're saying. A spray to put into the Kong toy. It got your dog sick. Cool. Yeah, I'll probably avoid that. You love the Snorlax bed? They love garbage. Just give them a cardboard box for free. Yeah, like if I had the extra money, I would, but I'm kind of being tight about my budget right now. Just for personal reasons, I want to take care of some stuff in my personal life and gotta tighten the budget up a bit. So, bum ba bum bum bum. Dude, the last laugh is so funny. Cats are so silly. Welcome back, Meg Petrowski, by the way. Doom, 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 doom. Your cat loves milk rings. My cat fell in love with, you know, like, you know, hair ties that look like spiral notebooks and are kind of plasticky? Like a silicone hair tie that like looks like a spiral notebook. So my lady friend had one of those and she like left it on a table or something and Midna fell in love with it. and she was playing with it a ton and biting it, and she loved it, dude. And as she was leaving, she was like, I need to take this home with me. And I'm like, what are you doing? You can't do that. And she's like, it's mine. I need it. And I'm like, no, it's Midna's. Don't you understand? So I had to buy a couple of those for her. She loved it, dude. I'm gonna have to buy a couple. Yeah, there's like little toys, right? So we'll get her something like that, but she loved it, dude. So my housemate's cat loves my dog and broke into the side of my house the other day just to be with him. Aw, that's so cute. What the heck, man? I just put ACGC on my Deluxe on my Steam Deck. Dude, Starbow's when? How far are you into your save file? That's amazing. I love this game. Just today? Oh, you're in, dude. You're in. I can enjoy. Deluxe Edition has a lot of quality of life, and you shouldn't have to update it after the most recent update anytime real soon. Most of the stuff he's been adding has just been like small stuff, so you could probably get away with just not updating it for a while. I don't know how many more updates homie has planned, but he's been cooking for sure. All right. I think I'll stick to 5 today. And if there's not plans tonight, I might come back. But if I'm out of the house tonight, then I'll just be back tomorrow. Yeah, I'm on the rocks about what I want to do. So yeah, I'll probably just be back tomorrow for the Sunday show. We really got to sit down and play Mina the Hollower, but I'm feeling a little off today, chat. Sometimes I put too much energy into content and then I burn myself out. So not like burnout like the traditional, but burnout like I treat my body kind of terribly for a couple days and then it all catches up to me. So I'm like, I'm feeling kind of like nauseous today, and I'm like, oh, I don't know, man. I'm just gonna go back to bed. But we did manage to get a solid 5 hours of content out, and that feels good. So we'll see where the day takes us. I really want to play and finish Mina before we get too far into next week, so I might just have to suck it up and do some long streams here in the next couple of days. But today's not that day. We're gonna go ahead and we're gonna call it here. Thanks for coming out, everybody. We are out of here. We'll be back again tomorrow for sure, and we'll do whatever we feel like it. And then maybe some extra credit this weekend if I can get my butt into a night stream. Some extra credit. So feel better, desocialize. Yeah. Sometimes you want to listen to your body. That's literally all it's about. You know, I'm blessed with having the opportunity to do this for a living, and I try really hard not to let myself fall into complacency. It's hard, and it's a thin line between self-care, acknowledging that, listening to your body, and complacency. It's a real thin line, dude, especially when you're your own boss. So I think this is the right decision, even if I'm probably going to regret it for the first couple hours after the stream. I weirdly always regret taking time off. This is just my life. I just love what I do, man. Anyways, thank you, everybody. I'll be back. I'll be back tomorrow. We'll figure out what's going on later today. Maybe I just need a nap. It sounds like there might be plans, and I'm gonna let myself enjoy my time with my buddies. So if I'm feeling up to it, I will go with them tonight, and then I'll just come back tomorrow. Sounds like there's gonna be plans. I miss them. It's been about a month and a half. I'm gonna go see them, I think. So we'll see if anything happens on that front. I'll send a message in Discord. I'll write in Discord. I'll let you guys, gals, non-binary pals know what's going on. But until then, that's the Highly in Descent show. Don't forget to game on. And of course, as always, peace. Wrap it up. And on to the next episode. Peace. All right. We got a little bit of some time here to yap. I just want to say thank you to all my supporters today, as always. Thank you so much for being here. Just kind of disassociating today. Just kind of having one of those days. I'm not quite feeling like myself, but we put on a great show, man. Animal Crossing GameCube always hits. I want to say thank you to all of you for making this what it is. Thank you so much, because Animal Crossing GameCube's my whole heart, dude. And y'all tune in for it. You support it. You guys get excited about it. Seeing that message from you this morning, Charlie, meant the world to me, dude. So happy y'all are excited about Retro Crossing. Thank you. Thank you for making it so cool. But yeah, we're good. We're good. We're feeling all right. I'm going to go chill out for a couple hours. Maybe get out of the house since it's not too hot. It's like 80. And we'll see how I feel about coming back at some point. If not, again, I'm for sure here tomorrow. You can count on that. I will be here tomorrow. And we'll do whatever we feel like doing here tomorrow morning. Thank you, everyone, again. I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your weekend. And more Retro Crossing on the horizon. AC mornings are back. I told y'all. AC mornings are back. So that means a lot more split streams. And that means I'm going to have to step up, pull up the britches and do a lot more splits. Splits are a little bit tough for my brain sometimes, but I love them. I love mixing it up, doing different stuff in the afternoon. So expect more splits here on the channel, all right? I love y'all and appreciate y'all. Honored to be a part of your daily routines, and I'm certainly honored to have you as a part of mine. But of course, until next time, this is Highly in Descent signing off. Peace, and hit them cat jams. Peace.